From my personal viewpoint, I consider my winning this award as indirectly a great tribute to the new coaching staff at the University of Iowa. You're just gonna bring okay, so that TV has volume on it on this side of the TV. Can you just turn down the volume on that? Check, 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 check. Is that going away? That echo go away? Yep. Right? We don't hear the audio echoing in the room anymore. Huh? Is it the laptop? Is the laptop sound off? Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's no echo in the room anymore, correct? Yeah. Okay. Sound check. Our audio level looking good there, Mohammed. Sound check. Consistently in the mid yellow. Is it like a hard line or is it a hard line on the top or is it bouncing? Good. That's okay. As long as we're not clipping to the top of the red, that's okay. Sound check 1, 2, 3. How does it look, Ethan? From my personal viewpoint, I consider my winning this award as indirectly a great tribute to the new coaching staff at the University of Iowa, headed by Dr. Eddie Anderson, and to my teammates sitting back in Iowa City. A finer man and a better coach. Good. Audio test for Zoom. Audio test for Zoom. Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I see.
But it's also after in the city a couple of times causing like a great deal of disruption. We have a little name that
Okay.
if you don't want to speak to me, I'm gonna stand while I do the intro. You should feel free to get her. One, which is we don't have a monitor this way, so you have slides in there. I think that's behind you, so I'm not going to say, yeah, that's one.
Taken from the start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he wasn't that here or.
Okay.
And.
Oh, hi.
One reason maybe.
We've never met.
You're
Yeah,
gonna-
really enjoy your work.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
That's
so great having you.
Modern.
So you have-
Yeah. You just kind of have to wait.
You did a great day. Fine. I hope you guys have a good meeting. You had a good dinner last night.
Yes.
Yeah.
Totally.
Also the restaurant. was
There
great.
will be.
So-
Blake had it, or is it by the keyboard?
I think.
It was not.
Under.
It is. It's right here. Okay. And there's another one up there on the desk.
I mean, you know.
When you want to talk.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Kevin Washburn, and I'm the Dean of the University of Iowa College of Law. Welcome to the Hubble Environmental Law Initiative's final event of the academic year. The Hubble Initiative has had an excellent set of events this year, beginning with a day-long symposium last fall right here in the Levitt Auditorium, engaging issues on solar energy in Iowa. And we had 17 speakers and we had more than 300 attendees. And we are ending right here in the same room after a lot of things going on all year. We followed that one last fall with another important discussion on the contentious issue of carbon pipelines in Iowa with about 5 speakers and 200 attendees. And this spring semester, we've had a series of wonderful events as well, including guest lectures. First one on the Endangered Species Act with Karan Suckling of the Center for Biological Diversity. And then another lecture with John Leshy on public lands. And the Hubble Initiative has also co-sponsored and supported a day-long symposium on climate change and human rights and geoengineering. They did that one with in collaboration with the Journal of Gender, Race, and Justice and the Journal of Transnational Law and Contemporary Problems. That event was cut a little short by tornado sirens, and so the last panel was moved entirely online. But that was a wonderful event. We had 19 speakers from around the world, many of them virtually. And in total, more than 1,000 people have attended Hubble Initiative events this year, and some of our participants are repeat players. We're so grateful. We could not ask for greater engagement. We are thankful to everyone who has participated, and it's neat to see so much support for these events. The Hubble Initiative has also co-sponsored some events with the University of Iowa Labor Center and the UI Center for Human Rights, both of which are also housed here at the College of Law. And through those collaborations, the Hubble Environmental Law Initiative has touched hundreds more people and reached out to, we've had so much engagement from across the state. One of those events was a day-long symposium on the Blue-Green Alliance, and that was over at the IMU, at the Iowa Memorial Union. But we've also had great collaborations with the IEC, their water and energy teams, the Clean Energy District teams from around the state, the Sierra Club's coal plant and carbon pipeline teams, and also the city of Iowa City and Johnson County and the Des Moines Water Works and even the state DNR. So grateful for all that collaboration. I first want to thank our program director. She has coordinated all of this engagement and collaboration, and she only joined us in May. So she hasn't even been here a year yet. And I will tell you, especially the bigger events, it's like planning a wedding, and it's stressful and it takes months and months of planning. And the other thing is we're coming off a pandemic, so we're kind of reinventing the wheel on all of our planning efforts. And so it's been challenging, but it's been wonderful, and it's been a real vibrant intellectual source of life in our community. And we are just so grateful for all her work. So please join me in thanking the amazing Blake Roop. The Hubble Initiative has also supported students, including a student research assistant, helping the Labor Center understand the Inflation Reduction Act and the green energy incentives and generation infrastructure incentives in that act. This year, we awarded 3 Hubble scholarships, and we're planning on awarding more Hubble scholarships next year. We've got some new curriculum coming online. We've got a new adjunct professor who will be teaching environmental law, emergency law, and disaster law. Likely a field course on habitat conservation that will be taught out at the McBride Nature Center. So to give students a chance to get out in the field and get their hands dirty a little bit. And we've also hired a new research fellow, Ingrid Gronstall, an environmental lawyer and Iowa law grad, who's working this year as our Hubble Research Fellow to help us develop environmental issues further. All of this has been made possible by the largest gift in the history of Iowa, the University of Iowa College of Law, from 2 important donors who graduated from Iowa Law in 1976. And they have followed along virtually for most of the year. This is the first time they've been had a chance to be here in person. They've been working on and thinking about environmental issues in the state of Iowa for decades and have devoted significant time to improving our state in that area and beyond. So please join me in thanking Charlotte and Fred Hobel for their leadership and their financial support. All right. Now, the last person I need to introduce to get this thing started is our faculty director, who planned and shaped all of these events that I've mentioned, and held other events too. I'm thinking of the Sackett v. EPA discussion on the WOTUS, the Waters of the U.S. rule. The Supreme Court had a big case this year, but she's been involved in all of that. And helping envisioning and shaping all of those events, and also doing other things besides. She serves as the Fred and Charlotte Hubble Professor of Natural Resources and Environmental Law. She's our primary environmental law teacher. She's also the faculty advisor to the Environmental Law Society. She's also an accomplished scholar with a number of important intellectual contributions to the field of environmental law. And let me add that at the same time that she's been working doing all of these things with us, she's just getting settled in Iowa City too. She bought a house, relocated a family, some extended family, and just really getting settled in Iowa. She's no doubt been completely overwhelmed by all of it all the time. And yet, she's got 2 courses this semester. She's been working hard. She's been sprinting hard the whole semester. And I'm just so thrilled that the way we are ending our events this year, the last event with the Hubble Environmental Law Initiative for this academic year, is to bring in a bunch of her co-conspirators and collaborators from the Environmental Law Collective. It's a nice way to cap off all of this, and it also is wonderful for our intellectual community. So please join me in bringing up the Hubble Initiative's faculty director, Shannon Raisler, and thanking her for all her work.
Thank you, Dean Washburn, for that incredibly generous introduction. I want to start with thank yous. We've already thanked Blake Group, but I personally want to thank her for being such a joy to work with. We were so fortunate. Our timing was right that we found her. And she has meant so much already to this community, forming relationships with students, the campus, the community. And I appreciate you so much, Blake. So thank you for everything you do. And I also want to recognize, is Emma here? Emma DeGroot, right? So undergraduate, worker on the initiative with Blake. She helped with the webpage, which is really beautiful for this event, helped put itineraries together. She's just been an invaluable member of the team. We're really thrilled to have her be part of the Healy team this spring, and kind of hopeful maybe it will continue, right? Renee Schillings-Arps, our building and facilities person. I don't know, she's not here, but we need to just say thanks to her and her students, because all of this doesn't happen, right, unless we have their help. She really is amazing at making things just appear, right, and run smoothly. So my job is to introduce and I'll find it quicker, the environmental law collaborative, and our latest project, and then introduce the panelists for this first panel, and I'll introduce the panels later today as well. So to begin, the Environmental Law Collaborative, right? This dates back, I think, our first meeting, pretty sure, it was in 2012, right? It's hard to imagine it's been that long. But we're a group of rotating environmental law professors who assemble every other year to think, discuss, and write on an important and intriguing theme in environmental law. The goals of the meeting are both scholarly and practical, as ELC participants seek to use their disparate areas of scholarly expertise to study trends and important events in the law, and ultimately to improve the environmental conditions of the world in which we live. In fact, at dinner last night, had a conversation with a couple of my colleagues. We are incredibly practical and pragmatic, right, in the environmental field, because we know that we have big problems to solve, right? And our latest project is no exception. As you can see, here are some of the edited volumes we've published over the years. Climate change figures prominently in all of them. And this latest project is no exception. So it's my job next to just introduce this project, kind of what holds the three panels together today. The idea of adapting to a warming world. I'll begin by noting the Earth has warmed 1.1 degree Celsius, 2 degrees Fahrenheit above pre-industrial levels. And from our introduction, I'm going to quote a couple paragraphs of the introduction to the forthcoming book. At the Glasgow Climate Summit in November 2021, governments from around the globe declared their ambition to hold the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. This wordsmithing affirmed the goal set in the Paris Agreement in 2015 by the greatest number of heads of state ever at a negotiation. Fine words, to be sure, and a fine aspiration. The negotiators, however, were politicians and diplomats, not scientists. Robust science increasingly tells a different story. Warming beyond 2 degrees Celsius is likely, and warming as high as 3 to 4 degrees Celsius, possibly by the end of the 21st century, is a possibility. A few short months before the climate summit, the authors of this forthcoming book, the ELC, convened their 5th workshop. Our group was not so sanguine about the prospects of limiting warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius. ELC members Robin Craig and J.B. Rule had recently authored a provocative article simply titled 4 degrees Celsius that sets out the peer-reviewed science demonstrating that a beyond 2 degree Celsius world is a likely trajectory
and that a 4 degrees Celsius world cannot be ruled out. Also using peer-reviewed science, they describe the vast disruptions this future could cause for both biophysical and social systems. Subsequent modeling reflects growing acknowledgement that warming beyond 2 degrees Celsius is very likely. It also provides some reason to be a little more hopeful that 3 degrees Celsius is a probable upper bound. Although this optimism is tempered by uncertainty about implementation of announced mitigation policies, the potential to cross tipping points, and the dire impacts of even existing levels of warming. The few slides I've picked out are from the IPCC's very recent synthesis report out in March. And you can see that the implemented policies trajectory puts us at 2.2 to 3.5 degrees Celsius, right? And this does not account, I would add, for, according to many scientists, uncertainty surrounding climate sensitivity and carbon cycle feedbacks, which could bump the warming up considerably, or it could bring it down just modestly, right? Uncertainty is at the heart of that. You can see the different trajectories of warming, every increment and climate and mean climate and extremes become, as they become more widespread and pronounced. And of course, the subject for today, which is that more warming means more disruption, right? More impacts, more adverse impacts. The uncertainty, really, we at the heart of what this range is, it increases the likelihood, right, of those sort of worst case scenarios. As environmental lawyers and advocates, we typically turn to what we call the precautionary principle when faced with uncertain or even low probability risks of catastrophic harm. The presentations today do just that in the context of climate adaptation, making the case that we need to plan now for the serious disruptions that warming will cause. Each chapter in the forthcoming book acknowledges that concern that climate change beyond 2 degrees Celsius will overwhelm the capacities of planned adaptation, and that transformational adaptation policies are necessary. I doubt we need me to catalog, right, the impacts. Most of you likely know what they are, but increased drought, sea level rise, the fires we've seen in other natural disasters, extreme heat, increased domains, including and especially law and governance. The first 2 panels examine important questions related to law and governance in a warming world. These transformations also must foreground equity. The disruptions of climate change will be felt disproportionately by the world's most vulnerable populations. The third panel today, the last panel of the day, examines the challenges of equity in a warming world. And I hope you can be with us for the entire day, right, as we progress through this. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first panel, starting with Xinling Su, closest to me, and moving in the direction to my right. Xinling Su is the Dalembert Professor of Law at the Florida State University College of Law, where he served as Associate Dean for Environmental Programs from 2015 to 2019. Professor Su has taught in the areas of environmental and natural resource law, climate change, law and economics, quantitative methods, and property. He is the author of books on carbon taxes, capitalism, and environmental and ocean coastal resources law, as well as numerous other publications, articles, essays, book chapters, etc. Kevin Lynch is the Director of Clinical Programs at the University of Denver Law School, where he also teaches in the Environmental Law Clinic. The clinic represents clients on issues of air pollution, water pollution, environmental justice, public lands management, animal law, endangered species, and natural resources, such as water law. He also teaches courses in civil procedure and administrative law. His writing is focused on procedural issues such as discovery, stays, and preliminary injunctions, as well as on property rights issues related to the regulation of fracking. Mike Gerard. Mike Gerard is the Andrew Sabin Professor of Professional Practice at Columbia Law School, where he teaches courses on environmental and energy law, and founded and directs the very well-known Sabin Center for Climate Change Law. Mike has served in leadership roles with the ABA and the New York State Bar Association. He has also served on the executive committees of the boards of the Environmental Law Institute and the American College of Environmental Lawyers. Since 1986, he's written an environmental law column for the New York Law Journal, and he's the author or editor of 13 books, 2 of which were named Best Law Book of the Year by the Association of American Publishers. Last but not least, Melissa Powers. Melissa is the Jeffrey Bain Faculty Scholar and Professor of Law at Lewis and Clark Law School. She's also the founder and faculty director of the Green Energy Institute at Lewis and Clark Law, an organization that designs strategies to transition to a zero carbon energy system. Melissa's teaching and scholarship focuses on U.S. climate change law, electricity regulation, renewable energy law, the energy transition, environmental regulation, and administrative law. She's a member scholar of the Center for Progressive Reform and a board member of the ELC. So before I turn it over, I just want to say how special it is to have this group come to Iowa. I was so excited last summer when I sent out the email. I felt a little nervous that everybody would respond. Now I don't think I have the time, or I don't want to make the trip to Iowa, but they all wanted to come. So it is really a pleasure to be able to introduce and share the day with all of you. So thanks for being here. And I'll turn it over to Professor Sue, or you going first? Does that look like your slide?
Yeah. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. And I just wanted to echo the thanks to the University of Iowa College of Law and to the Hubble Initiative for hosting us here. It's really a pleasure to join you all and talk about these important issues. I'm here today to talk about water rights, particularly Western water rights, although I just want to take a moment to acknowledge there's a lot of other important issues going on in the world right now. And coming here to Iowa, I was very mindful of some of the attacks on freedom and religious liberty and equality that are going on here. You know, just last month, I know Iowa passed a number of bills attacking the trans community here. I just wanted to acknowledge that and note that there are a lot of issues that we need to work on and that we need to be focusing on the big important issues like environmental law, where we really need to have all hands on deck. Okay, so back to Western water rights. So I'm going to give a little bit of background on water law for those of you who are not familiar with this. And in particular, we're really going to focus in on the Colorado River and the Colorado River Basin. The Colorado River, as the slide says, is the lifeblood for the southwestern United States. Approximately 40 million people rely on this river for the functioning economy and to be able to live in the dry desert, arid Southwest. The mighty Colorado, it actually starts, I'm from the University of Denver. It starts pretty near where I live. Headwaters are actually in Rocky Mountain National Park, but there's this whole series of rivers that feed into the Colorado River. It kind of comes together at, you can see Glen Canyon Dam there, right where Utah and Arizona meet. That's the first big reservoir on the Colorado River that we'll be talking about today. And then it proceeds through the Grand Canyon. It's a huge river that over time has carved the Grand Canyon, but it's been used so much in recent years that often the river doesn't even reach the ocean anymore. We've kind of basically drained every drop out of the river at this point. The other big reservoir over near Las Vegas, you can see the sign for Hoover Dam. That's where Lake Mead is found. And those two reservoirs are really in crisis right now. There's been a lot of news recently about the Colorado River and what the federal government's plans are to maintain those reservoirs. And a lot of it just has to do with the way the river was allocated about 100 years ago, and overuse and overconsumption. And it's also threatened by climate change and the reductions in water supply that have been caused by that. Okay, a little bit of background. So I teach the environmental law clinic at the University of Denver, and one of the things we work on there is water rights issues, and especially dams and diversions. This is a picture from orientation that we had back in 2022 in the headwaters of the Colorado River. This is actually right near the Continental Divide. And you can see in the background, that's the dam for what's known as Homestake 1, which is one of the trans-basin diversions. It actually takes water from the Colorado River Basin, sends it under the Continental Divide for use on what we call the Front Range of Colorado. Those diversions have been happening for many years. Denver, where I live, has some of the biggest diversions that take water out of the headwaters of the Colorado River. But there's current threats right now. My clinic has been working to oppose some of these additional diversions that are going on right now. And the reason we were here in this location was the cities of Colorado Springs and Aurora are looking to build another dam in this valley to take even more of the water out of the Colorado River, which to my clients and to me as well, just seems kind of crazy when we're in this crisis on the Colorado River, trying to desperately find a way to prop up a failing system. To be building new dams and new diversions of water in this area seems like exactly the wrong type of action that we should be taking. Okay, so you can't understand this issue without knowing a little bit about the appropriative rights system that we have in the Western United States. It's different than the riparian system that we have in much of the Eastern United States, including here in Iowa. But really, it's key in the West because instead of having water rights tied to land being next to a river, when there are so few rivers and so much land is very dry and far away from rivers, the appropriative rights system is what we developed. It's a system that's based on first in time is first in right. So it rewards people who initially started diverting water for what's called beneficial use. So things like agriculture, mining, things like that were going on in the 1800s when Colorado was forming as a state. One of the key issues is that the water has to be put to beneficial use so that you can lose your diversion if you are not using it over time. This made sense at a time when we were trying to encourage settlement in the West, although it definitely reflects a bit of a colonial aspect there because, of course, the water was being used long before by tribal entities and Native people in the Western United States. But it also today, it means that, big agricultural interests don't have incentives to save water because if they save water, they'll just lose their water rights. So what's the point in doing that? So that's some of the issues that really come into play on this. Because of the timing of when our appropriative rights system developed in much of the Western United States, really a lot of those rights are held by both agricultural interests and also mining interests. Some of the first appropriative rights were for gold mining in California in the Sierra Nevada mountains, for example. What does that mean today? It means that we have huge growing populations in the Western United States, and those cities can often struggle to find water. They have much more junior water rights that are more at risk if we have strict application of the prior appropriation doctrine, for example. It also means, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, that when those water rights were granted, they were mostly granted towards white miners, white farmers. It was very exclusionary. They were granted at a time when Black people in the United States were still enslaved. They were granted at a time when we were actively engaging in genocide against Native American communities. So there's a lot of kind of troubling equity issues baked into the system as well. Okay, so how does it work? We have a series of diversions and storage across the Western United States that includes ditches to transport water from reservoirs and rivers to agricultural land. That includes the big reservoirs I've already mentioned, Lake Mead and Lake Powell, but there's reservoirs built all around the Western United States to store water so that it can be then later used when it's needed throughout the year, because many places, get 10 inches or less of precipitation over the year. And so it's really critical to have that storage to make productive use of those lands. So, agriculture is a big issue and a big user of water in the Western United States. It's in many states, it's around 80 to 90% of the water goes towards agricultural uses. At the same time, agriculture contributes more in the range of 10% or so to the economy. So it's kind of vastly disproportionate use of water. It's very important, certainly, but there are other competing uses for water. And of course, at the time our water rights system was developed, there was not any thought given to protecting the environment, protecting the ecosystems and rivers. And that's a real current issue that we're struggling with. One of the questions, in spite of this lovely picture, might question whether intensive use of water in agriculture, to grow alfalfa in the desert in the Southwest in Arizona or California, really makes sense, especially when we're growing that alfalfa and often it might be exported to raise cattle in other countries. Maybe there would be better uses of our water than dedicating it to those uses, just because that's how it has been used in the past. Okay. So Shannon was already talking a little bit about this, but I want to say a little bit about what the climate change impacts will be for water supply. I know climate change is going to likely impact water supply here in the Great Plains region as well, but it's certainly going to be a big issue in the southwestern United States. One of the biggest issues is snowpack. We've seen really dramatically declining snowpack in some of the key mountain regions in the western United States. The Sierra Nevada mountains in California, for example, recently reached their lowest snowpack in over 500 years. Climate change is just exacerbating this. It can cause less precipitation, although ironically, it can also cause more precipitation. And sometimes you've all probably seen in the news the serious flooding that they've had in California right now with water. The problem is getting the water where you need it, when you need it. And we're seeing both of those extremes here. One of the other impacts to snowpack can be shifting of precipitation from snow into rain. The snowpack is really critical in the West because that is effectively nature's own reservoir for water, and it allows us to release water slowly over time throughout the year. But if we see these declines in snowpack, that means we're going to have flooding in the spring and then really dry, hot summers where we don't have the water where we need it when we need it. The expectations are for reductions in stream flow. Kind of the worst case scenarios could be as much as 40% of a decrease in the flow of the Colorado River, which is already overtaxed, and it's going to be a huge, tremendous challenge to address that. Let's see, the last thing, I just want to talk a little bit about the Colorado River Compact, which is the key law governing the Colorado River. There's a whole body of law actually called the Law of the River. The Colorado River Compact is the way that states in the southwestern United States and then ultimately Mexico was brought into this as well. It's how we allocate water along the river. It was signed in 1922, so about 100 years ago. And actually it was signed at a particularly wet time. And so unfortunately, the people who came before us divided up all the water that was available then, and then that much water is not actually available now. The flow at the time was assumed to be about 19 million acre feet of water, and they allocated 16.5 million acre feet of that, so leaving a little bit left for the river. But actually the flow in recent years has been more in the range of 14.8 million acre feet, and it could drop as low as 11 million acre feet, with still people having, legal rights, water rights to 16.5 million acre feet of water that just simply is not likely to be in the river. How do we manage that? We have primarily the two gigantic reservoirs in the southwestern United States, Lake Powell and Lake Mead. This picture is of Glen Canyon Dam with Lake Mead there in the background. This is the reservoir where the upper basin states of Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah and New Mexico store their water. And then they have contractual obligations under the Colorado River contract to deliver a certain amount of water to the lower basin states. That water then exits this dam, passes through the Grand Canyon, and then is stored at Lake Mead. Both Lake Mead and Lake Powell are currently at critically low levels. They're at the lowest level they have been since they were initially filled after their construction back in the 1900s. This year, fortunately, I know I lived through it in Colorado. We got lots and lots and lots of snow, which is great, which will give us a bit of a reprieve. But really, it's likely to be just a short-term thing unless we keep getting that amount of snow for year after year. We're going to continue to be in crisis. So hopefully, the states and the federal government don't squander this additional time and instead keep the urgency on and try to address this system. The Bureau of Reclamation actually just this week put out a supplemental environmental impact statement about their plans for managing these two big reservoirs. And the issue is the states cannot agree. California has been pushing for strict application of the priority system, and the other states are pushing for kind of a more just allocate cuts across all of the water users in the district. That would be a lot better for states like Arizona that have really junior water rights, but it would be bad for California. If we stick with the priority system, California is going to do pretty well. They won't face that many cuts, but Arizona will be in a real serious situation. They will have very limited water supplies in order to keep their cities sustainable and their agriculture and their economy going forward. We'll see what happens with this. The hope is that it will force the states to really come together and reach some sort of compromise, but we will see. I think it's really interesting in light of the proposals that my colleague will talk about in a moment. It really highlights that, yeah, the law says the first in time is the first in right, but if you strictly imply that, it's really unfair and will create a lot of inequities. And so you can just see, even in this dispute, I think what we're arguing for, which is that we need to reimagine our water rights system and make some dramatic changes to adapt to our future of much less water in the southwestern United States.
Well, I'm going to pick up on where Kevin left off and talk about the proposals that we make in our chapter to try and address some of these chronic water shortages that are occurring now and expected to get worse in the future. Our first proposal is simply to kind of advocate that state laws regarding reasonable and beneficial use of water be actually interpreted the way that they were meant to be interpreted. And that is to say that courts and specialized water courts in Florida actually consider the public interest in the use of water. And this includes, which it didn't include in the time that most of these statutes were drafted, uses for recreation, conservation, and wildlife. It's not that these uses are actually inferior. It's just that the way that these statutes have been interpreted have been still tilted towards agricultural uses. And along those lines, if water courts and courts more generally were willing to be more creative or kind of faithful to the original intent of these statutes, domestic and industrial uses might have to assume a higher priority. That would be a good and sensible interpretation of what reasonable and beneficial uses are, is to kind of have water move towards, no pun intended, its highest and best use. Our second proposal is to make existing allocations of water a little bit more flexible. And the primary means that we have considered along these lines is to make water trading and water transfers more feasible. Now, markets do have a way of moving water to more valuable uses, but not always. And along these lines, we would think that some exercise of state eminent domain powers might move water to more productive uses as well. That's obviously very controversial, but a lot of the obstacles of water kind of moving to their highest and best uses have to do with historical uses. And as Kevin pointed out, sometimes we keep doing things because we were. And it's clear that some of the uses, even though they're uneconomic and even though their users can't be bought out, like growing alfalfa so that they can be exported for cattle consumption somewhere else, which is insane, that might call for something more than just markets to fix. Thirdly, It is, Kevin alluded to this briefly, but the history of water allocations does have a very unequal kind of a history. Many ethnic and Aboriginal groups were excluded from land ownership, and therefore water rights that might accrue with that land ownership. Some redress does have to be made in moving forward in considering reallocations of water. And finally, states have to be proactive in addressing what we expect are going to be intermediate and longer term shortages of water. So this could be guidance about cutbacks. The Biden administration just a few days ago announced plans to reduce allocations along the lower Colorado River reach. And I mean, there were several options, one of which was to reduce them, proportionately so that California doesn't get kind of the seniority rights that it otherwise would. That's a step forward. What's useful to remember about that is this has been contemplated since about 2007. So this kind of forward thinking and anticipation is something that we really have to be more cognizant of and do a little bit more. Along the same lines, I'm going to talk later this afternoon about an instrument that we think might be useful, something that we call a resources trust. And we might have some states actually develop some sort of a state governmental body to collect up water rights, to buy them out if we could, and perhaps exercise eminent domain if it needs to be exercised, to try and collect up water rights for water uses that are just patently wasteful. I'm sorry. Finally, I want to close by picking up on something that Kevin said about attacks on LGBTQ plus community. They don't seem obviously related, but I think that climate change's greatest danger is not actually the climactic impacts. If society were functioning really well, it would be awful, but we could deal with a lot of the climactic events, most of them, I dare say. I think the threat to climate change is that it threatens to blast apart societies, that we find ourselves divided over all kinds of things that climate change exacerbates. The last panel is going to talk about inequality, and that's one of those ways. But the danger of climate change is, I think, that it will kind of make more pronounced some of the divisions that we already have. So along those lines, there is something about protecting all kinds of rights that include LGBTQ plus rights that would be one of the palliatives for climate change. All right, thank you.
Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be back in Iowa City. My prior time here, many more years ago than I care to tell you, was when I was in high school. I spent a summer as an intern in the laboratory of Professor James Van Allen, helping to build a radio telescope. So I never did become an astronomer. I instead became an environmental lawyer. And what I'm going to talk about today stems from the fact that our modern industrial society produces a great deal of chemicals and hazardous waste and stores them in ways that may be compatible with a 1 degree world, but certainly are not compatible with a 2 or 3 degree world. So first, I'm going to talk about the problem we're facing. Then I'm going to talk about the laws that currently apply to that problem. And then finally, I'll make some suggestions for how those laws should be changed. So in Hurricane Harvey in 2017 hit the Houston area. One of the impacts was to burst through the containment of this one Superfund site near Houston and causing a considerable amount of hazardous waste to escape downstream into the river. The hurricane also damaged natural gas pipelines, caused some of them to explode. It caused a disaster at a chemical plant called Arkema, which was handling chemicals that required being kept cool. The coolant required a continuous supply of electricity. The electricity supply was cut off in the storm. the chemicals heated up and exploded, injuring several emergency response workers. Tanks carrying chemicals and oil were toppled over and partially submerged. Very close to here, flooding hit the Cedar Rapids Water Pollution Control Plant in 2008. Nashville had very serious flooding in 2008, and clearly this kind of water is not a design condition for those tanks. In Charleston, West Virginia in 2014, there was a company called Freedom Industries, which was storing chemicals that were used for washing coal. One of the tanks burst, went into the Elk River, which is the principal sole source of drinking water for that area. Several 100,000 people were without clean drinking water for weeks as a result. A subsequent investigation by the Chemical Safety Board suggested that one reason for the burst of the tanks may have been, this was a very cold day in January, that the frost heave may have caused the ground on which the tank was resting to open up and cause a burst in the tank. Now, this wasn't related to climate change, but in 2008, a very large impoundment carrying coal ash from coal-fired power plants of the Tennessee Valley Authority burst, leading to a massive spill of coal ash and causing a lot of contamination downstream. There are at least hundreds of these very large coal ash impoundments around the United States, and they were not built to withstand the extreme weather conditions that we're going to be seeing. And so we're going to see more of this was not a unique incident. It was perhaps the worst, but not unique. We're going to see more of these bursts of these containment vessels or containment areas for coal ash. Concentrated animal feeding operations are another sort of facility that is very vulnerable to extreme flooding. This was in North Carolina, and this led to drowning tens of thousands of chickens and thousands of hogs and so forth, and the waste from these materials carried away in the water. These are also not designed to withstand that kind of a condition. Just last week, this is the front page of the Los Angeles Times. Parts of California have been experiencing enormous snowfall, and that is leading, among other things, to collapsed buildings and to the bursting of natural gas lines, another kind of extreme weather event of the sort that can be worsened by climate change. Wildfires are another phenomenon that we're seeing worsened by climate change, and this has one of the many effects is the residue left behind leads to contaminated drinking water. The runoff over the burnt areas contaminates the drinking water. And one other issue that it doesn't receive a lot of attention is that a major disaster like a hurricane or a tornado or a wildfire leaves behind a great deal of debris that needs to be disposed of. After Hurricane Katrina, there was very swiftly built, without going through the normal environmental review and permitting processes, this landfill that received large quantities of the debris that had to be bulldozed up out of New Orleans in the wake of the hurricane. This was in a disadvantaged community, hadn't gone through the regular permitting. It caused groundwater contamination and all kinds of other difficulties. So these are just some of the examples of the sorts of environmental hazards of the leakage of chemicals and oil and hazardous waste that can result from these extreme weather conditions that the law has not really been anticipating. The General Accounting Office has identified 3,200 sites around the United States that have to file risk management plans. I'll say in a minute what that is, that are vulnerable to extreme weather events, whether it's flooding or wildfires or other events. So this is not a rare kind of problem. So one of the laws that tries to deal with certain events is the Clean Air Act. Section 112 of the Clean Air Act requires certain facilities, air pollution emitting facilities, to prepare risk management plans. And as a related matter, the Occupational Safety and Health Act has regulations calling for process safety management plans. Both of these kinds of plans have to follow recognized and generally accepted good engineering practices. These practices themselves are not adopted by the government. They're adopted by professional societies like the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, the American National Standards Institute, and the National Fire Protection Association. And these plans acknowledge flooding, and sometimes they acknowledge fires, but they don't at all address the issue of the extreme flooding and the spread of wildfires and other impacts that could happen as a result of climate change. And so responsible companies rigorously follow these generally accepted good engineering practices, but these practices don't accomplish what needs to be done in view of the extreme weather events that are coming. And there are consulting firms that are in the business of helping companies make sure that they have complied with these practices, but the practices only go so far. The Clean Water Act requires oil storage facilities to maintain spill prevention, control, and countermeasure plans, SPCC plans. The plans as now required by the EPA regulations only apply to oil. They don't apply to the storage of hazardous substances. In 2016, at the end of the Obama administration, EPA agreed in the face of a lawsuit by environmental groups to modify the regulations to expand the requirement to hazardous substances. That was halted under the Trump administration, and it has not been resumed under the Biden administration. The Conservation Law Foundation, a group based in Boston, has brought a number of lawsuits against oil companies in Massachusetts and Connecticut and Rhode Island, not because of the greenhouse gas emissions that result from burning their oil, but because their oil tank farms are located along bodies of water. And the claim is that these tank farms aren't built sufficiently strongly to withstand extreme coastal storm events that could cause the tank farms to burst. And the lawsuits claim is a violation of the Clean Water Act and also the Oil Pollution Act and other laws that they haven't adequately prepared. Several of these lawsuits have withstood motions to dismiss and are now in discovery. In July, EPA, in March, EPA did issue a proposal called the Clean Water Act Hazardous Substance Worst Case Discharge Planning Rule, which would impose some requirements for better planning for the storage of hazardous substances. And the comment period of this ended in June. We're facing industry pushback. If and when the regulations go final, they'll probably be challenged in court, as everything that EPA does is challenged in court, and we'll see what happens to it. The Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, CERCLA, the Superfund law, requires the examination and cleanup of inactive hazardous waste sites. And the worst of those sites go on the NPL, the National Priorities List. The General Accounting Office has determined that at least 60% of the National Priorities List sites, the Superfund sites that are other than the ones owned by the federal government, are vulnerable to flooding, storm surge, wildfire, and sea level rise. EPA in 2021 suggested that climate change be considered in selecting the cleanup remedies. but it is merely a suggestion. It's not enshrined in regulations. It's not clear to what extent that suggestion is being followed. But in deciding, for instance, to cap a hazardous waste site, leave the material in place, it's not clear how many of these caps are able to withstand the kinds of extreme weather conditions that we are anticipating. There are other kinds of vulnerable sites. I showed you the example of the TVA coal ash spill. There are also a lot of contaminated sites that are downstream of dams and levees. And we've seen in recent years an extreme flooding in most recently in California, but also lots of other places flooding along the Mississippi River, that many of these levees are not prepared for the extreme kind of rainfall and storm activity that could occur. And if they burst, many of them will flood these contaminated sites that are not prepared to withstand those kinds of problems. I mentioned the concentrated animal feeding operations and their very large and unpleasant waste lagoons. There are a lot of municipal solid waste landfills, not designated for hazardous waste, but these tend to be even less protected than the hazardous waste landfills. And publicly owned treatment works. So most of these sewage treatment plants rely on gravity to take the waste into the receiving water. But if the receiving water is too high and the treated wastewater can't go downhill, the sewage plant will back up and could often lead to the discharge of untreated sewage into bodies of water. And we know that that's going to happen to a number of sites, but it hasn't been adequately prepared for. One of the problems is that these patchwork of laws have inconsistent coverage of different kinds of chemicals. For instance, the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, which has some of the strongest requirements, command and control requirements for physical protection of these facilities, only applies to waste materials. It doesn't apply to chemicals, for instance, that are in active use. And so its coverage is spotty. These other statutes have, they cover this, but not that, and so we don't have any kind of consistency in what is covered. So finally, with my suggestions, I think one of the things we need to do is have a comprehensive mapping of the areas that are vulnerable to different kinds of events. We know that the FEMA flood maps do not do that because the FEMA flood maps are entirely backward looking. They look at historical flooding. They don't look at the anticipated flooding. Congress a decade ago told FEMA to undertake a new mapping process to reflect future climate change. That is happening very, very slowly. So most of the FEMA maps we have are not helpful in anticipating future sea level rise and other extreme events. So that's something that needs to be corrected. And we also need to look, look at wildfire risk, which is even harder to anticipate, and reflect all of that in our planning going forward of new facilities. We need to review the many facilities we have that already exist that are in hazard areas and look at their vulnerability. These statutes need to be broadened in their coverage. So the kinds of requirements imposed by the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act should also be applied to the facilities that handle chemical manufacturing, and have chemicals that are in active use. Climate-induced events should be considered in the emergency planning process. So I mentioned the 112R plans from the Clean Air Act and the OSHA plans. And for these and others, the recognized and generally accepted good engineering practices should be revised to reflect extreme weather events. CERCLA remedy selection should reflect these. The National Environmental Policy Act, there are moves in that direction, and the Council on Environmental Quality has new guidelines on that, but there should be more consistent consideration of these in the environmental impact process. We're not going to be able to protect everything, and we need to set priorities. We need to identify what are the most vulnerable facilities, the facilities where you have the highest likelihood of an extremely negative impact, and focus on those. And finally, and probably most difficult at all, is we need to try to generate less of this waste in the first place and use less of this, fewer of these chemicals. And that is necessary for many, many reasons. But one of the reasons it's so necessary is that we're just not going to be able to build seawalls that are high enough and strong enough and otherwise have the protections to guard against everything. And one important element would be to minimize what is it we need to guard against. Thank you.
Okay, so I am now going to turn to talk a bit about electrification, and I'm going to both talk about one of the most promising ways for us to decarbonize our electricity system to mitigate or avoid some of the worst impacts of climate change. But then I'm going to bum us out by talking a bit about how climate change might actually derail the clean electrification process and talk about how we might be able to avoid that. That's what I just said there. Okay, so what are we talking about when we're talking about clean electrification? So clean electrification is the best way for us to eliminate over time and possibly very quickly greenhouse gases and fossil fuels from our entire energy system, or at least the vast majority of it, and not just the electricity system. We could go into this. This is a chart that shows what clean electrification looks like, but I think it's easier if I just explain it very briefly. So what does clean electrification involve? Number one, it takes those parts of our energy system today, notably buildings, and then there's transportation system, which are fueled by fossil fuels, and it moves those into the electric system through things like electric heating, heat pumps, electric cooking, and then electric vehicles, importantly. Number two, it then fixes the fossil fuel emissions from the electricity system itself by replacing fossil resources with clean energy, mostly renewables, maybe a little bit of nuclear. We're going to add storage to the system as well to increase reliability, and then we're going to make everything as efficient as possible. We have the technology to do the vast majority of this right now, and we're seeing costs come down very quickly. So there's a lot of potential to actually effectively electrify everything, i.e. achieve a clean electrification system. Now, why are we focused on clean electrification? Well, if we look over here on the left side of the chart, the lines towards the left side of that left chart show us basically what the three prongs of clean electrification are, which are early retirement of fossil consuming and fossil using energy assets, replacing all of our devices, our furnaces, our cars at their end of their useful life with electric devices, and then producing as much as possible renewable energy in lieu of fossil energy. And if we do those, we still have a shot, probably not to limit temperatures to 1.5 degrees, as Shannon was talking about, but maybe to 2 degrees Celsius to limit those increases, which is what we need to do. The more that we're just hoping to create market signals, price signals on the right side of the left chart, the more likely we are on the right side of the right chart to exceed that 2 degree limit. So this is a very viable, promising tool to mitigate climate change. But to do it, and this is where we start to get ourselves bummed out a little bit, is going to be extremely complicated. In part because we are moving from a centralized power system where we produce energy at a power plant, deliver that electricity along transmission lines, deliver it along distribution lines, the end use lines that deliver energy to us. Our system today is complicated, but it doesn't involve that many players. It doesn't involve that many devices. Thousands of power plants, for example, across the country. Whereas when we electrify everything, we're going to deploy solar energy on lots of rooftops. We're going to have storage devices in a lot of homes. Your stoves might include their own battery system so that when the power goes out, you can still cook your food. We are going to have all scales of all sorts of energy supply, including the rooftop solar and 500 megawatt wind farms, for example. And we are going to have to spread this system out across the national landscape so that we can have geographic diversity, which is actually ultimately over time going to create more reliability. And today, when a power plant goes out, it can have a cascading effect over a very large footprint from one power plant going out if it's not backed up sufficiently. Whereas if a single rooftop solar array stops producing, the wind farm might still be producing, and so they can balance each other out. So we're going to get to a system that is actually going to over time be much more resilient. Over time, it's going to be much more flexible. Over time, it will be much more dynamic. But getting from what we have today to what we need to have in the future is going to be very challenging, simply because of that dynamic nature and the fact that we're going from thousands of devices to millions of devices that basically need to be managed and integrated into this clean electrification system. Now, added to this is we, the consumer, have to be active participants in this transition, meaning that we have to make active choices to procure electric vehicles when we're buying our next vehicle electrification, or our next vehicle. We're going to have to actively choose to take out that gas furnace and replace it with an electric heat pump, take out our gas stoves and replace it with an electric stove. And the minute you start involving consumers in this, number one, over time becomes more resilient because consumers want it. But during the transition, we consumers are lazy and we don't like to change what we're already doing. So that's going to make it very hard to ultimately achieve this end outcome. It will be harder as a result of climate change. And this is what I'm going to argue is that the consequences that we're seeing today in terms of climate change, which, by the way, are not actually affecting renewable energies very substantially. They're not really affecting the clean electrification system, but they are disrupting the energy and electricity system in a way that I think could actually have a backlash against the transition to clean electrification. So let me explain why I think this is. So the first is, and Shannon already talked about this, so I won't go into great detail, but we already know that climate change, in fact, is making extreme weather more extreme. It's having more impacts in terms of hurricanes, in terms of flooding, in terms of other extreme weather events. So we know that that is happening. But what we're also seeing, and in fact, there are studies that are, I'm going to skip over this and then come back to those other two, is that we're also actively seeing that that extreme weather is actually having impacts in terms of the electricity system. So an organization called Climate Central did an analysis of all of the significant reported outages by all of the electric utilities in the United States. And what they showed is that in the upper left-hand corner, that since 2000, we've actually seen a substantial uptick in weather-related electricity outages. And these are happening, number one, because our infrastructure is actually quite old, and so it's unable to withstand the climate impacts that we're already seeing. For example, a study showed that a huge number of hydroelectric facilities across the country are vulnerable either from water shortages, like Shi-Ling and Kevin were talking about, or flooding, which is wiping out some of the spillways and some of the dam impoundments of older hydroelectric facilities. And so those are going to be less able to produce electricity. The other thing that we're seeing is that as we're having extreme cold resulting from the polar vortices, for example, which themselves is a result of climate change, a lot of electricity infrastructure, especially in the southern part of the United States, is not weatherized. And depending on what type of energy source you have, for example, if you are in Texas and you have a bunch of natural gas that's supplying your power plants, that natural gas contains water vapor. Extreme freezing freezes the water, which means you can't pump the gas. And if you can't pump the gas, and by the way, your power plants are also not weatherized, the water in there is freezing. So you can't use electricity to warm up the gas to pump it out of the ground. You can't get the gas out of the ground. You don't produce electricity. And suddenly you're at risk of an entire blackout that if it had reached the worst case conditions in Texas with Winter Storm Uri, would have resulted in probably 2 to 3 months of black start resetting of that power plant, meaning Texas would have been in the dark for a full at least 2 to 3 months. It was lucky it got away with what it did. And so we're also seeing, and so that's extreme cold. And then in terms of extreme heat, well, extreme heat, number one, is drying up certain hydroelectric resources. Also, a lot of our existing fossil fuel resources, coal plants, gas plants, they produce a lot of waste heat, and we need water to keep them cool enough so that they don't overheat and so their parts don't melt in extreme heat operations. Well, rivers are getting too warm to actually keep some of these facilities cool. Last summer in France had to shut down a huge amount of its nuclear fleet because it couldn't cool those nuclear facilities and keep them operational. So climate change causing extreme weather causing a lot of power outages. And we know that this is happening and it's probably going to get worse. Now that, so when we think about these impacts, we can see them affecting generation. We're also seeing them, by the way, affect transmission. Number one, transmission lines are causing wildfires. And number two, wildfires are burning down transmission lines, so we can't move the electricity. But the other thing is that if transmission lines are operating in very hot temperatures, you have to ratchet down the amount of electricity that's moving through them so that they don't sag too much as a result of that heat and cause more wildfires. So we're going to ramp down the amount of electricity we can actually deliver as a result of warming temperatures. And then the last thing that we're seeing in terms of the electricity system is that climate change is altering energy demand. And clean electrification is going to amplify this alteration of electricity demand. In other words, we're going to see more need for more electric supply during this period of transition as climate change is already altering our energy demand needs. So just to explain this in a little bit more detail, first thing is when we are adding vehicles to our electricity system, we are going to see electricity consumption rise by a lot. On the left, upper left, those top blue lines, those represent the new additional amounts of electricity demand that we are going to see as we electrify our vehicles. And by the way, that chart is a couple years old. The Biden administration is trying to accelerate vehicle electrification through recent rules. And if those rules take effect, we're going to see that ramp up of electricity demand increase even further. Number two, weather is changing what we need in terms of electricity usage in our homes and buildings. In particular, we need more air conditioning because summers are getting warmer. And so it's a little bit, these little charts over here are maybe a little bit confusing, but the blue and purple colors reflect anticipated increases in electricity demand necessary for cooling, for air conditioning use. Some places around the country, though, are going to get be able to mitigate that use by having less need for heating in their buildings as temperatures average out and get warm. But that lack of heating demand on an average basis doesn't reflect the acute need that we might have for electricity and heating use during extreme weather events when it gets really, really cold. So we need to have a lot of electric supply simply to meet our anticipated weather weirdness that's coming. But we also need a lot more electricity overall, and we need it to be much more reliable to respond to the anticipated climate impacts. Okay, so why then do I say that these energy disruptions are going to impede the very strategies that we need to pursue to avoid some of these energy disruptions? And so the short story is that change is hard. So The clean electrification system that we are going to hopefully achieve within, let's say, in a very optimistic level, 10 to 15 years, is going to be a much more resilient system. It just absolutely will, especially if we all have our own devices and batteries at home. It will allow us to ride out weather conditions, at least over certain periods of time, so that we can become more resilient within our own homes. And then that geographic distribution that I talked about is going to actually allow the system as a whole to balance each other out. It doesn't tend to be that everywhere in the country experiences the same weather event at the same time. So geographic distribution of the electric system will increase that resiliency, but we are not going to get there right away. And while we are in the midst of changing to clean electrification, every time that there's an energy outage, that energy outage serves as a tool to basically push back against clean electrification. And so there are going to be, during this period of changes, a lot of ways in which our electricity outages will be leveraged, either through political opportunism, through ratcheting back on the consumer interest in electrifying, and based on our policies against clean electrification. So number one, in the wake of the Winter Storm Uri, the one that happened in Texas a couple of years ago that I was talking about, immediately as the power was going out, politicians blamed the wind farms. Wrongly, but man, that sticks in people's heads. When you can blame something and it's the first message that gets out, suddenly we don't like wind anymore in Texas. And in fact, Texas just approved a 100 billion watt acquisition of new natural gas plants just this last week. And it's pushing against wind, saying, well, wind didn't keep us safe during the last storm. The other thing that we see is in various places, clean electrification is not good for the fossil fuel industry. By definition, it's not good for the fossil fuel industry. And so they are pushing back against it, and they're using any type of event in which the power goes out, for example, to promote gasoline in vehicles as a resilience device. If you couldn't start your electric vehicle, then you should have gasoline cars instead. And the same is happening in terms of things like gas stoves and furnaces during electricity outages. They're able to show discrete examples of people using natural gas to basically mitigate some of the harms. So that pushback is also tapping into this inertia that we as humans have. We don't like change, and the human fear associated with doing something new. And so the picture on the right here is from actually that Winter Storm Uri, where somebody had were able to keep their gas stove operating for a period of time, and they were staying warm. And it was a good strategy for them in that particular point, but that actually resulted in several think pieces where people were saying, well, I don't want to change my stove anymore because I'm going to be more vulnerable. And the more, because clean electrification is all about consumer choice, or a lot of it is about consumer choice, the more you can affect that consumer choice, the more you can push back against clean electrification. And then we have our legal system, and our legal system is basically a system that still uses fossil fuels predominantly to achieve electricity system reliability, meaning we want to make sure that we always have that fossil resource that we can turn to when we have a surge in energy demand, or when one fossil facility runs out. Our planning system today assumes a separate fossil fuel facility will replace it. Our rules are built that way. They're built that way in terms of reliability. They're also built that way in terms of what we refer to as resource adequacy, which is just making sure that there's enough capacity in the energy system to meet all of our anticipated demands. That very much favors fossil fuels. And then last, and probably most importantly in terms of the energy system outages that we see, is that we have a restoration focus in terms of bringing energy back online. So if fossil fuel plants aren't weatherized, rather than saying, should we keep these around, we weatherize them again, or we weatherize them anew, and that costs a lot of money. And we're going to make sure those plants stay on long enough for that money to be worth it. Similarly, if a system went out, the idea, just like we see in any type of a disaster response, we rebuild the same thing instead of thinking about conceiving it anew. And so collectively, because our rules are basically focused on fossil fuels, and because the fossil fuel companies want us to stay focused on fossil fuels, and because humans are very hesitant to make new changes, every energy outage is going to probably push back against clean electrification. So how do we overcome this? And by the way, this is going to be the least satisfying set of recommendations, mostly because I'm out of time. So first of all, we don't have a system in place right now to electrify everything. We have advocates developing models showing us it's feasible. We don't have the laws and policies that match. We also have a very fragmented energy governance system. So even in those places that are trying to develop strategic plans, they only really could affect their strategic plans within their own footprint, not on the geographic wide basis that we need to be thinking about it. So we need to start developing that system on a much more meaningful level. We need reliability rules that are also anticipating clean electrification, not reliance on fossil fuels. To the extent we have to build some new fossil fuels for reliability in the short term, we might need to do that, but then we need to be anticipating buying those out prospectively so that we don't have that economic imperative of keeping them online indefinitely. And then we also need to be thinking from an advocacy perspective about how to overcome what we know the communication is going to be. And so I'll just highlight as my last little positive message. We're starting to see this actually develop. And so number one, in Canada, there was a Ford F1 pickup that power was out for 3 days, and that battery charged that person's home for 2 days, and they had extra power to spare. Now, why should this anecdote matter? Because they stick in our heads the way that that gas stove example stuck in our heads. So we need to be doing better with that. And we also need to be focusing on the fact that in a lot of extreme weather events that cause electricity outages, it is in fact the renewable devices that stay online and come back online quicker. This happened with Superstorm Sandy. This happened with Hurricane Ian. And we need to be presenting that image of resiliency through clean electrification as opposed to risk through clean electrification. Okay, thank you very much.
I want to thank our panelists. I hope this has made you want to come to the next panel, right? This is a group with so much to offer. And as a result, we're already over time, so we don't really have time for questions, though. I think it's safe to say that they'd be happy to do this informally if you want to come down and you have a burning question you'd like to ask one of them. We are headed to our next board meeting at 11, so we've got about 10 minutes, and then we will reconvene at 12:30 for panel 2, and I hope to see all of you there. Thank you so much. Oh, I really hate to shut down discussion, but we are about to start. So if you can make your way to where you'd like to be, we'll start with the second panel. So I see some familiar faces from this morning that attended the first panel. I'm Shannon Raisler, the faculty member here and the director of the Hubble Environmental Law Initiative. The Hubble's the generous sponsors of this wonderful event. I won't repeat what I said this morning. Instead, I'll just get right to it because I want to give our panelists plenty of time, and maybe there'll be a little time at the end for questions from the audience. So this is our panel. The theme for the day is adapting to a warming world, in particular to the prospect of high level warming between 3 and 4 degrees Celsius, and the serious disruptions, right, that come with that level of warming. This panel, to the extent we have a theme, right, is about governance generally. And I will introduce the panelists and then let them take the stage, right? So starting with Josh Galperin. He joined the faculty of the Elizabeth Hubbs School of Law at Pace University in July 2021. He was the director of the Environmental Protection Clinic, lecturer in law, and a research scholar at Yale Law School prior to that. Also a lecturer and the Environmental Law and Policy Program Director at the Yale School of the Environment, where he maintains an appointment as the faculty advisor for environmental law programs. His research and teaching cover environmental law, administrative law, food and agriculture law and policy, property, constitutional law, and tort law. Next, Sarah Fox. Sarah Fox is an associate professor at Northern Illinois University College of Law. Her research focuses on environmental law and land use, particularly the unique environmental issues facing cities and the capacity that local governments may have to solve those problems. In consequence, her work has highlighted the importance of local action on a variety of environmental health and safety issues, and necessarily the preemption barriers that often face local governments trying to take that kind of action. Jesse Alley. Jesse specializes in environmental law and property law with a focus on climate change law and policy, and oversees the environmental law program at the University of Miami. She is a leading expert on private land conservation and conservation easements. Her interdisciplinary work explores ways to mitigate and adapt to climate change, as well as furthering other environmental goals in the context of drastic change. She is one of the founding members of the Environmental Law Collaborative, the group that is here today, and the current president of the collaborative. Kevin Lynch. Kevin Lynch is the director of clinical programs at the University of Denver Law School, where he also teaches the Environmental Law Clinic. The clinic represents clients on issues of air pollution, water pollution, environmental justice, public lands management, animal law, endangered species, and natural resources such as water law. Some of you heard him speak on water issues this morning. He also teaches courses on civil procedure and administrative law. His writing is focused on procedural issues. So without further ado, I will turn it over to our first panelist. I think, and feel free to stay there or come here, but it's hard with the slide.
Thank you very much. And thanks folks for being here. You're gonna have to forgive me. I want to make sure I stay on time. So I did something I don't always do, which is write sort of a script for myself. But the reason you have to forgive me is because it means I'm going to be reading perhaps more than I ought to. But it will keep me on time, which will hopefully allow us to answer some questions. So thanks all for having me. I'm excited to be able to present this. This is a chapter that was really interesting for me to write, a paper that was really interesting for me to write, because it's about two things I've been thinking about for a very long time: balance of nature as sort of an environmental concept, and democracy as a sort of a political theory concept. I never had much idea about how to write a good paper on either of them, and I never had any expectation that I would write a chapter about both of them, and yet here I am. So I want to start this talk with a little bit of like a personal biography to help understand where this chapter came from and how I got to writing this, and I think two odd things to bring together. But before I get carried away in all of that, I want to be very clear about my main take-home message, so that when I'm sort of rambling about my personal life, you'll still know what this is actually, what I want you to learn. So here's the basic message of this talk and of the chapter. Environmental protection is obviously, and for a number of reasons, very complicated. One of the reasons that environmental protection is complicated is because we have to figure out what goals we're aiming for when we're trying to protect the environment. And despite what we hope for, there really aren't, at least in my opinion, any fixed, essential, fundamental goals to which we are sort of obliged to endeavor. Things like welfare maximization on the one hand and balance of nature, which I'm going to talk more about on the other hand, they've often been offered as these fixed essential goals to which we must strive when doing environmental protection. But they're not really true descriptions of how the world works. They offer this sense of certainty about what we should be doing in environmental protection, where no such certainty really should exist. Instead of certainty, what I think we need to decide together what goals we want to pursue. And deciding together is a pretty big task. I don't deny that, but at least we have a word for it, and that word is democracy. So let me briefly explain how this chapter came to be. That's the little biography piece. Then I want to talk a little bit more about this idea of balance of nature, which, as I said, stands out as one of these sort of significant assertions about environmental goals. After that, I want to talk a little bit about why and how I think democracy works as a decision-making practice, and why I think democracy as a process is where we should focus a lot of our environmental attention, rather than on sort of defining specific fixed goals. And I'm going to do this all in, under about 12 minutes, and then I'm just going to offer a couple conclusions. So let's see how this works. I mean, I talk fast, so that helps too. So this is Sarah Kibbing. In around the year 2001, you may notice that cameras had lower resolution in 2001. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about that. Sarah was a wildlife conservation major at the University of Delaware, and if time permits, I will turn very briefly to the University of Delaware again at the end of this talk. This is this guy, Josh Galprin, that's me. At about the same time in 2001, I didn't have a beard back then, but otherwise I look exactly the same, I'm sure. I was a political science major at the University of Delaware and a wildlife conservation minor. So this is us. The two of us, Sarah and I, worked together on a group project, again, back in 2001. And on that project, at some point, I had reason to suggest that, as the political science major in the group, that the balance of nature might be something important for us to talk about in terms of what we were trying to achieve in the research we were doing on this project. The scientists, I assumed at the time, the scientists would tell us sort of what is the state of nature, and then the policy folks, which was what I was striving to be at that time, would create the laws and the policies to get us there. Not so fast, Sarah told me. It does say not so fast. That's good. There really should be a screen here, but that's okay. It forces me to move around a little bit. It keeps my blood flowing. So not so fast, Sarah told me. There's no such thing as the balance of nature. Ecosystems are dynamic. They follow predictable patterns frequently, but there's no correct or balanced equilibrium that systems are supposed to maintain, and that systems would, but for human intervention, would maintain. So fast forward to roughly today. This is Sarah and I. We fell in love and got married, and I became a law professor, and she became Dr. Kibbing. She has a PhD in ecology and is a professor with a focus on invasive species biology, invasion biology. So I frequently hear Sarah, less now that we have kids, but frequently early in our relationship when we had other things to talk about besides our twins, I would hear her say things about invasive species disrupting ecosystems. And I thought that was a little bit odd. What are you disrupting? If there's no balance of nature, as you told me all these years ago, what do you mean disrupting ecosystems? Disruption of what? Who cares about this? And so Sarah was possibly a little unsure because, after all, she's primarily an ecologist, not a a philosopher of science or policy or whatnot, but she usually would say something about the fact that invasive species, they come and they disrupt or impact at least ecosystems without usually any planning or forethought, and the consequences therefore end up being unexpected and therefore undesirable. And I would say that is passive voice. And you show me a scientist, and I will show you an abundance of passive voice, and Sarah is no exception. That's passive voice. Unexpected and undesirable to whom, right? That was an important question to me. Unexpected and undesirable to whom? And Sarah would usually say, well, people, the people who live near these various systems that we're talking about, their communities, hunters, farmers, foresters, foragers, birders, the folks who rely on various systems. And that's when I began to figure it out. I shouldn't say I was figuring it out. I began to believe I was figuring it out in any case. What Sarah studies isn't how invasive species ruin ecosystems. It's about the dynamics of biological invasions in order to sort of describe the patterns and processes that ecosystems have, and to help people predict and plan and make affirmative decisions. So it's not about the ecosystem's destruction necessarily. It's about the processes that we can make decisions based on. And that's one of the things, perhaps the thing, that got me thinking about this lack of sort of inviolable goals and the need to set clear processes to set those goals. So excuse me. So I've sort of given you an idea of what balance of nature is. I just want to say something a little more explicit about balance of nature before I get on to the democracy piece of this talk. So balance of nature is one of these ideals that has vied for the title of sort of, environmental protection goal to which we must strive. Daniel Botkin is a critic of the balance of nature, one of the sort of loudest critics in the last generation, but he's also done a really nice job defining balance of nature. So I'm not going to read this whole quote to you, but I will say in short that the balance of nature belief says that natural systems all work in this sort of preordained harmony. And when humans disrupt that harmony, that's bad. When humans disrupt that harmony, that's bad. And the goal of environmental protection, therefore, is to rebalance and reestablish this preordained harmony. And this idea was really a major influence on early environmental law. I don't know, Robin, I don't know where Robin's sitting. I don't know if you remember this at all, Robin, but we were at a workshop like 5 or 6 years ago, and somebody said something about the same assertion I just made. The balance of nature had this major influence on early environmental law. And I said, I don't really think so. I think by then everybody realized that balance of nature was not really a thing. And you said, no, that's definitely not true. It absolutely has been an influence. And so that also got me thinking about, really, is that true? So it wasn't hard work. I decided to look at some of the purpose and goal statements of the early environmental laws. And indeed, you find terms like restoring the balance of nature in many of these statutes. The problem is that as a descriptive matter, nature is not in balance, right? To the contrary, as I've already said, it's in constant flux. And ecologists and biologists have known this for generations. I mean, Sarah knew it in 2001, and Alfred Russel Wallace knew it at least in 1855. So this is not a new concept in the sciences, that nature is in flux. And by the way, you'll notice that I found this Wallace quote from an article by this fellow Dan Simberloff, whom I may also return to at the very end of this article if I have time. So does that mean environmental law is all wrong? I think the answer is no. Recognizing that the balance of nature, or any similar claim to sort of fundamental truth, recognizing that a claim is wrong doesn't necessarily mean that the claim is wrong, which is a statement that probably requires a little bit more explanation. So let me try that. Just because a big goal relies on incorrect assumptions about how the world works does not mean that that goal is necessarily an inappropriate goal. It might be that we decide the goal is useful in some way and effective, even if it is, as a description of the world, wrong. And Shannon said at the very introduction of this event this morning, used the word pragmatic. And I thought, well, I don't know how pragmatic I am. I'm going to be talking about the concepts of nature and democracy, but this is, at least in a philosophical sense, right? This is the core of pragmatism. What matters isn't these fundamental truths. What matters is whether something works or not. And so aiming, I think, for limited human interference in an ecosystem or with ecosystems patterns and processes. That could be something that we decide is effective, that it produces the outcomes we want, even if it is not based on an absolute fundamental truth about the universe. But what I'm saying here is we have to sort of decide what goals we want. And that brings us to the question of the process for deciding. How do we decide? If we have some natural ordering that dictates goals for us, that makes politics, that makes lawmaking, at least in theory, pretty easy. We only need to tinker with the levers until we get where we are obliged to be, right? That's how it would work if we knew with certainty where we needed to be. But without some extrinsic dictation of this nature, we have to decide together. We have to decide together, and that's hard work. And that is, I think, the work of democracy. So I'm going to go on and on about democracy. It's time I actually tell you what I mean when I say democracy. So here's a quick tour of that. What is democracy? Well, I think there are four basically elements of democracy that we should be looking for when we're talking about how we make decisions together or how we structure the institutions that help us make decisions together. So the first element of democracy that we should look for is what, for the purposes of this chapter, I'm calling counting. But to be perfectly honest with you, I just wanted a clever title, 4Cs at 4C. So I took a bunch of words that could have had more obvious meanings and I changed them to C words. So when I say counting, what I really mean is something like majoritarianism. Institutions should have some feature that features that are or draw from majoritarian impulses and oversight. So a vote on particular policies, etc., or supervision by elected officials, things of that nature, right? That's what I mean when I'm talking about counting or majoritarianism. The second piece of democracy is what we might call, and probably I should have called, individualism or individual contestation, and what I'm here just calling contestation. The idea here is that institutions should have some mechanisms for individuals and groups to advocate for their interests, to express their opinions, to fight for their positions, even if those individuals or groups are in a political minority. And this could mean things as simple as opportunities to submit comments, or as complex as litigation, as lawsuits. And it can mean things as basic as, free speech or extensive speech rights, or as powerful as vetoes over policy options. Next, we have what I'm going to call communication, and I probably should have called reason giving. But I want to, before I talk specifically about communication / reason giving, I want to mention that these first two criteria, counting and contestation, they sort of imply that people have these pre-existing values, these pre-political values or preferences that we merely express in the political process through, our votes in the majoritarian counting process, or through maybe our lawsuits or the comments we might choose to submit in this contestatory process, right? I vote based on what I believe. I sue when my rights are abridged, and so forth. These first two elements imply that these values are pre-political, forming outside and before the political process, independent of political institutions and our experience with them. I think that's partly true, but it is definitely not entirely true. And so the second two aspects of democracy that I want to talk about, they recognize that values and preferences emerge from political interactions, and people do not come into the world or into politics with fully formed ideals. So to that extent, communication, reason giving, requires that an institution explain its thinking and provide opportunities to public participants to do the same. So this could include things, sort of obvious things, like basically the requirement that judges and litigants give reasons for their decisions and their actions in the judicial process, or the Administrative Procedure Act's requirement for a preamble to accompany a legislative rule. These are just two examples. Obviously, we could find more. The last piece to talk about here is what we might call consideration or deliberation. And this is a promise that democratic institutions think about what they are doing, take time to reflect on the variables that are part of their decision, like public input, scientific considerations, effectiveness, that is the effectiveness of the policy, and political ideological values. So deliberation is about negotiation, discussion, debate, and reflection. And that finally brings us to the conclusion. I think am I doing okay on time? Nobody's keeping time. All right, I'm going to be fast. I only have less than a minute left. So that democracy story, that's my sort of mythology, what I think we ought to be striving for in our institutions so that we can set goals, probably dynamic, ever unsettled goals, but nevertheless goals that help guide our environmental decision making. Now, this is called 4Cs at 4C, and this is supposed to be an event about climate change. And I'm not sure I've said anything about climate change yet. So let me conclude on that point. In short, climate change is one reason there has been so much critical attention to our environmental goals. On the path to 4 degrees warming, the shortcoming of the goals that dominate today and the shortcoming of our laws and legal institutions, those shortcomings are very stark. And that gives us an opportunity to reevaluate the goals and the institutions and to reevaluate how we set our goals in the first place. And the democratic elements that I've just described here, they aren't necessary only for climate change and environmental policy, but I think that may be where they are most needed. And that's the climate link here. Now, I did promise, one end piece here. So this is us a few years ago in 2016. That guy in the middle there, that's Dan Simberloff, whose article coincidentally I drew from. He was my wife's PhD advisor, and we were invited to the University of Delaware, where we went to host him for a talk. And then you might also notice that Sarah's pregnant in this picture. So from that first meeting in 2001, this chapter is it's the second most important thing to have grown out of that talk, because these two here, this is Aviva and Meyer. That was a picture from probably last summer. So a couple things out of that first meeting that hopefully will stick around for a few more years. All right. Thank you all very much.
Okay. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for having me. I know that Shannon said this was about governance, but it actually occurs to me that this panel is actually just C titles. So my presentation is on climate change communities. So hopefully Jesse and Kevin will keep it up. So I am here really to start thinking about what it means for communities. And by that, I really mean local governments when we start talking about high degrees of warming, right? We already know that climate change is going to bring enormous impacts all across the country. I'm not going to spend more time telling you about all of those impacts. But, when we start looking at where these extreme weather events are occurring, it's obviously pretty widespread, going to impact lots and lots of parts of the country. You're going to have fires. We're going to have massive amounts of flooding. We're going to have massive amounts of sea level rise that could displace, again, here, 13 million people. Different people calculate it slightly differently. And what that means is that people are going to move, right? Not every person is going to stay in place. That seems intuitive, right? But that is really the very basic idea at the root of the talk, which is not everybody can stay in places that are flooding, that are experiencing extreme heat, that are experiencing wildfires, and therefore people are going to move, right? This was, I did within kind of a week-long period, just grab these headlines. They've come out rapid fire. I could do the same thing right here and we could find 5 more. All right, again, we see these headlines, how climate migration will reshape America. Climate change could force over 140 million. I should note, my talk is focused mostly within the United States. This is obviously a global issue, and there's massive amounts of climate migration that will occur worldwide as well, right? And so my goal here is, again, not to make the point that people will move, which I think people kind of understand, but that what that means for communities and local governments is that some pretty substantial changes are coming as well. And so, we've experienced environmental migration before. These are images from the Dust Bowl, of course, where we saw millions of people from, Oklahoma area moving through, maybe some from Iowa as well, moving into California. And those people experienced a lot of pushback, a lot of prejudice, a lot of inability to get housing. And we're seeing the same thing with climate migrants after hurricanes in, the southern states, Louisiana, Texas, trying to find new places to live, experiencing massive amounts of prejudice and inability to find housing as well, right? So it's not a new problem, but it is a problem that is going to just become ever more starkly into relief as we have more of these extreme weather events, right? And we also know that some places in the United States could be said to be relative climate winners, while others will be relative climate losers. I mean, I have the kind of Buffalo Niagara region here as a possible example. It's been often floated as an area that maybe stands to benefit from climate change, right? Just likely to experience the impacts, in less serious ways, maybe have some milder winters, overall going to be livable temperatures. Rust Belt has already experienced kind of decades of population decline. There's plenty of housing, right? All of these factors maybe mean, right, that Buffalo's the place to be, right? And maybe it is, and maybe there's some other places in the country for whom that's true as well. And that's great in a lot of ways, right? And it also means that these communities need to be thinking about growth now, if this is actually true, right? Or if they're trying to make this true and attract new climate migrants to their cities. There's a lot that goes on when cities start to think about what growth actually means, right? You could have growth, first of all, it's worth saying, from outside the city in. You can also have growth within a city from one neighborhood to another, as maybe certain neighborhoods become either, subject to sea level rise, subject to flooding in ways that make it no longer possible to live there. You can have people trying to kind of migrate within the city. When you see that kind of intralocal migration, or frankly, when you have a lot of people coming in from outside a city, you're going to have housing pressures, right? If there's not enough available housing supply, and even when there is, right, it's likely to push housing prices up. That means that those with the fewest resources are at the greatest risk of being displaced, right? We see gentrification occurring, not just related to climate change, right? There's a well-known phenomenon in lots and lots of housing markets, but it's also something that is just a natural occurrence unless local governments have a plan in place for it, right? And it's not that you can necessarily prevent those dynamics from happening, but those are things that you can expect. And so, some of the pushback, for instance, on Buffalo has been that there is a lot of maybe some officials making popular statements about bringing people to Buffalo, but not a lot of planning for what that's going to look like. Not a lot of planning for actually putting in place the necessary mechanism for social services, for housing, et cetera, transportation, right? That would actually need to be there to make this a really viable and workable option going further. And so housing becomes certainly a question. Things like exclusionary zoning, right? I already talked about the fact that often big in-migrations of populations have resulted in a lot of backlash, a lot of prejudice. We see that in a lot of exclusionary zoning measures as well in local communities, where you either, have zoned areas for maybe single family homes that require a certain kind of minimum acreage to preclude things like multifamily housing, or just explicitly outlawing multifamily housing in those areas. Right. We know that those mechanisms are often used in this way, and that's a very realistic possibility in communities that are experiencing a lot of influx as well. And so, again, not to say that we can necessarily prevent all of those things from happening, but if you are in a community that is likely to experience this kind of change, these are the kinds of things that should be on the mind, right? That you can plan for if you kind of, take it into account along the way. I will say, growth can be challenging in all of those ways. In a lot of ways, though, that's the nice position to be in, right? Local governments want to grow. Generally speaking, local governments like growth, right? They might like certain kinds better than others. They might want to do it in certain ways, but they know how to do that. That's why I've said these are issues that we know about. Climate change might exacerbate some of it, change some of the timetables, but it's not meaningfully different. Where things start to feel a little bit more different is, so these are images of Detroit, just kind of images of a more depopulated city. When we start thinking about planning for loss, we really are changing local paradigms in more meaningful ways, because this is not something, it's not that local governments never experience loss, but the idea of planning for that kind of loss and just accepting that loss and not trying to fight against it, right? And not trying to, everything you can do to attract new industries and new people to your area is pretty counterintuitive in terms of how most local governments typically work. And so I think this is going to be a real challenge for areas that, it does appear likely are going to experience some kind of extreme climate change that is going to mean people are going to leave, right? That at a certain point, the population that is there now will not be there, does not make sense to be there, doesn't make sense to bring in more industries there. And so at the same time that, they're experiencing some out-migration, the underlying assumption there is that they're also experiencing such extreme weather events that, we can also assume that they're going to have, either massive amounts of hits to their budget in terms of response to disasters, in terms of damage to infrastructure, in terms of need for social services and emergency responses, right? And so these local governments are really going to be feeling that, in multiple different ways here. And it raises just a lot of questions, none of which I'm going to attempt to solve today because, and as I'll kind of get to at the end of my talk, I think all of this just depends on where you are, right? But the questions that need to come up are what parts of the city are we going to lose, right? Like what physical parts of the city do we have to accept may not be there any longer? What does that mean in terms of community? Does that mean in terms of culture? Who gets to decide, right? Who's deciding which parts of the city we might not support in the same way that we once did? Those are all really important questions. Also, we're in a law school. Later on top of that, what are the legal, legal restrictions in place regarding those properties? Are there historic properties in there, right, that we have to think about? Are there various covenants in place regarding these properties that we have to be thinking about? How can we plan for this kind of loss in this community? Not that those are easy questions, but it's certainly better to be doing that in advance than trying to decide in the moment, because we know if those decisions are being made in the moment, we are unlikely to, result in a super equitable response, right? As we're going to hear from our kind of third panelist this afternoon. And so the more that we can do that kind of planning now, the more that communities can take on that kind of planning now, the better off they are ultimately going to be. The other main problem for planning for loss is money, right? I mean, the way that we structure local governments in the United States, in many states, and it does depend, is that they're heavily reliant on property taxes, right? And so the idea that you're going to plan for loss and you're going to accept the fact that your property values are not going to be what they once were, you're not going to try to maximize those property tax dollars coming in at the same time you're going to have all of these strains on your budget, is a really tough place to suggest that local governments be in, right? And so what that means is that, things have to change about the way that we are funding local governments. And in many states, not all, but many, there are pretty extreme restrictions on how local governments can get money, right? On how much they can tax, for instance, for certain things, property taxes, but other taxes as well. Certain restrictions on how they can finance infrastructure, certain restrictions on how much money is coming from the state. And the reality is that is going to have to change if local governments are going to be able to engage in the kind of planning for loss that they need to do. And so it's not just at the local level. This is a state and local conversation about what does not just this one community look like, but what does the state look like going forward? What does the region even, and I'll get there in a minute, look like going forward? Because that level of loss is not something that a local government on its own can sustain. So that kind of budget flexibility needs to be part of the conversation as well. Another difficult part of planning for loss is that, most local governments are actually required to engage in kind of comprehensive planning processes where maybe some of these issues might come up. Those are typically on a 10 to 30 year timeline, right? Again, depends on the place, but that's roughly what we were looking at. And some of these, projected impacts, as we already talked about, are not going to occur within that time frame, right? They're coming, but they're not coming yet. And if you're always going on a 10 to 30 year, say, 20, just to call it even, you're not going to get there as soon as you need to. And so we have seen some innovative local governments adopting slightly longer timeframes. So Norfolk, Virginia is an interesting example that now has this kind of 100-year outlook in terms of sea level rise. That's kind of its own planning process, but does bring in the ability to, talk about some of these expected changes in Norfolk. Florida actually is interesting, which, I wouldn't necessarily expect it at the state level in some ways, but has actually mandated these kind of longer planning horizons as well. And that matters, right? It matters because once you change what the mandates are in terms of how you're thinking about planning, you have both the ability to bring in these kinds of long-term changes, but also the mandate and also the political shield in some ways, right? To say like, we have to think about these things, right? It's not politically popular to talk about loss. It's just not. It's not politically popular to say you might not be living here in several decades, but it is a way to then bring that conversation in. And so I think those are other changes at the kind of state and local level, both that can actually make a difference in terms of how we start to change the conversation here. So generally speaking, I mean, whether we're planning for growth, whether we're planning for loss, broadly speaking, we're planning for change. these are the kinds of things we need to be talking about and including within that conversation. We have to think about housing. We have to think about community. I mean that in as broad a way as that term can imply, right? Because, and again, I think our panelists this afternoon are going to say more about that, so I won't go too deep on it. But this idea of what it means to be a community, right? What makes up the people living within any particular local government, that matters, right? Of course it matters. And we need to think about how that looks, in a climate change future, thinking about lengthening these planning timelines, thinking about how we really do state and local finance and what actually makes sense. And so again, we don't have answers to any of those things just standing here today, because it's going to depend on the particulars of the place that you are in and the particulars of the state law where you are. But I think that those can be good touchstones in the conversation. And then finally, I think that an important part of the conversation as well is, planning for changed boundaries, right? That the boundaries, the political boundaries, the jurisdictional boundaries that we have right now, maybe don't make sense in a lot of ways in this changed world. And so I would also say that thinking about new governance structures is a way for communities, whether frankly planning for growth or for loss, to think about how to be and how to interact with their neighboring, local governments in this kind of climate change future. I mean, we have some examples that are already going on. The United States does not, frankly, have a great history with regional governance. It hasn't really been part of the conversation. But I mean, maybe climate change is going to advance that conversation a little bit. And then we see again in Florida, things like the Southeast Florida Regional Compact, doing things like coordinating, for instance, on, climate policy, but also coming up with a unified measure of anticipated sea level rise, right? And so you have this kind of, coordinated effort to say, we're not going to, for instance, make our citizens feel better by saying sea level rise is only going to be X amount when you neighboring jurisdiction are saying it's going to be way higher, right? It's coming up with a unified message on that, which can be really powerful, I think, in terms of, again, how do you come up with regional solutions here? They've also joined together in terms of regional vulnerability planning, climate action planning, and in Florida, but also in some other areas where we've seen this, which also has been in California and King County, in Washington, is that it's been a way to ask for funding with a unified voice, right? Whether at the state level or the federal level, trying to bring in more dollars to the region rather than having this fragmented process and ask for those dollars can be a really powerful tool as well. And so, I say new governance structures here, and I do mean that. I mean, I think in some ways it's worth thinking about expanding current boundaries that exist, whether that's disincorporation of certain local governments that might not exist in the future, expanding out those boundaries, really changing political structures. But within that, I would just include that kind of regional collaboration that doesn't require any changing of boundaries, that is maybe a little bit less provocative in terms of kind of, undoing local governments that are already in existence, and really talking more about kind of local collaboration, about having some additional layer of governance between the local governments and the state that can allow for those kinds of shared interests to be voiced and for that collaboration to occur. All right. So overall, I mean, everything I've said so far boils down for me to kind of a simple concept, which is local governments are going to be experiencing, as I've said, change. We know that, right? And local governments can't do much about that if they don't have the authority to act, right? And I know that Kevin's going to get into preemption, so I'm not going to talk a lot about that. But, at a very basic level, local governments get their authority to act from the state. And that authority varies widely across the United States and is under all kinds of attack from the state, as Kevin's going to talk about as well. So they've got to have that kind of authority to act if we expect them to act in ways that are good and considered, right? It matters both in terms of just that responsiveness element. It matters in terms of being able to experiment, right? We don't know what all of these climate change communities are going to look like. They're going to look like a lot of different things, but allowing those different kinds of policies to play out has been kind of a classic piece of environmental law, environmental federalism over the years. And so the efforts to kind of preclude that experimentation are really harmful in terms of getting to policy solutions that actually work. And then finally, it matters in terms of environmental justice. And again, I know the wonderful panelists this afternoon will say more on that. So again, I won't go deep on that right now, but if you're not giving a voice to people within the communities to take action and to answer some of those questions about what does community look like in terms of what housing is needed, in terms of all of those big picture issues, then you're essentially wiping out the voices, many of whom are the most under-resourced, right? Many of whom are the ones who've already experienced years of racist policies and prejudice policies. And so it all boils down to authority, I guess, is where I will leave that in the end of the day. We've got to allow local governments to act in a variety of ways. And that's all I have.
Awesome. Okay, well, I've already failed on the charge to have my title of my work be C's. All right, well, thank you guys so much for having us all here. It's been a delight. The Environmental Law Collaborative, this is the first kind of event we've really had of this type where we brought so many of our authors together after the pieces have been written, or mostly written. Well, what's really want to kind of highlight in my talk also, we'll see, is why we think of ourselves as a collaborative. It is very common for us as scholars to kind of on our own, in our offices, write our own pieces, and then just deliver them to each other already done. And what we have tried to do really differently with our group is to actually come together without the pieces having been written, where we're just tackling a problem together, and then we kind of are thinking together. And so you'll see quite quickly in my talk how it's in conversation with some of the almost all of the other talks you've already heard. And that you'll also notice that there's 4 names on this, right? So that's another thing that we often end up doing as we're talking to each other. We end up kind of collaborating a little bit more. And so it's been a really I don't know, it's been fun for us, and I think also makes it a little bit more fruitful, and hopefully, as Shannon said, being pragmatic and practical, which is going to be a challenge here because my talk is more of a thought experiment, right? So what we kind of, let me see what I have. So as we were kind of gathering together to talk about our laws and how they respond or not to kind of a changing world, we had a lot of kind of critiques of the law, and I'm going to strategically time my talk so I run out of time when I get to solutions and just focus on the critiques. And what it is so we started to look at, and I'm going to take one strain of it here, but we started to look at all of these kind of things that many of us individually had already commented on as being really rigid or not responsive to change. And we were kind of looking at what is it in the laws. And so one of the things that we kind of quickly noticed with environmental laws, and as many of you have taken environmental laws, that is like that they're old laws, right? And I can say this now because they're about as old as I am, which is that they, and we don't revisit them. So we have these 50-year-old laws, and why don't we revisit them? Okay, we can definitely talk about the politics or the dysfunction of Congress, but I would also argue, even if we were to revisit them, we probably wouldn't do so very creatively. Like our changes to laws, even if we were to like open up the Clean Air Act and think about it differently, it would probably be a piecemeal change. Maybe those pieces add up to something really exciting and something more productive than what we currently have. But even when we do amend our laws, we don't stop and rethink, like, are we even kind of approaching this from the right direction? So we kind of engaged in this idea of what might that look like if we were to be a little bit more radical in our change or approach the laws. And we decided to, for the purposes of a one book chapter, pull out one piece of that. And what we started to look at is the use of baselines. And so I'm going to just give you a couple examples so that you understand what I mean when I'm talking about baselines in the law, but we have actually already heard them now in almost every one of our presentations, someplace that there's kind of this fixed point that we use as a comparison in the environmental laws. An easy one is to think about the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, right? It actually requires us to do a baseline comparison. What are our environmental conditions today? And let's look at those conditions, and then we're going to compare the proposed project to those baseline conditions. No net loss of wetlands, right? You're talking about what are the wetlands, what is the number that we have today? We've heard it already in kind of some of the ideas about FEMA planning, how much water is in the Colorado River, planning for 100-year floods, when in Florida, we just got a 1,000-year flood, right? That we have all of these kind of fixed numbers and that we're always kind of thinking about them. And so what else did I put? Oh, it's also put in endangered species habitat. I'll come to that example in a minute. So what I want to give you is kind of what's going to
sound a little bit contradicting in sometimes, but what I want to give you is a series of I think I have about five kind of conundrums, concerns, problems that come up with this use of baselines. And you'll see actually some of them are at odds with each other, might cancel each other out, but they all kind of present an idea of why this structure is problematic. And so the first is the status quo bias. And this is very handy for me coming after these other talks, for we've already kind of heard a little bit about the idea of a status quo bias, that we're using our baseline ideas of what the world looks like, and we're really kind of tethered to what the world feels like and looks like today. I'll give you an example. My slides here, one of them is showing a conservation easement. You've already heard I have a fascination with them. So conservation easements are a way to protect private land. And when we put a conservation easement on a piece of property, what are we doing? We are usually trying to preserve the current state of that property. It's usually saying no more development. It is unusual, and I've read a lot of them. It is unusual for them to have any type of active management in it, any vision of what the future of that land might look like. They're really based on, and they come with a requirement to do a baseline conditions report. What does my land look like today? And that is what is going to be measured against in perpetuity, because most of them last forever. So there's this kind of idea that what we want to manage them for and what we want them to always look like is what they look like today. The other slide is just a wetland. It's like the no net loss of wetlands slide. What's wrong with the no net loss of wetlands? That sounds great. It kind of assumes we have the right number of wetlands already, though, right? And so we need to think about is that really the way that we want to make our policies? Should we instead be thinking about, let's look at this piece of land, and as Sarah and Josh might say to us, like, let's think about what we think would be the healthy use of that land. What do we think it should look like? What do we want to plan for or think about as we see the climate changing? And Robin, who's in the room, has written a lot about this from like kind of a public standpoint, and I've written a lot about it from a private standpoint. Kind of how do these public and private laws really kind of create these biases within them, and how might we think differently? Endangered Species Act. I want to mention that one. Habitat conservation in the Endangered Species Act is a really tricky one, particularly because of our judicial system, which makes it hard to protect habitat that the species don't currently occupy. But remember, they're endangered species, so there's not a lot of them out there. And we know that the world is changing. So we would like to probably try to be able to protect habitat that they could occupy if we could help them. And so we have some lawsuits and things that make that a little bit of a troubling conundrum, maybe not impossible. And because our laws and structures don't easily allow for change, it also makes our default to be a more park-like preservation. And I know you're thinking parks sound really nice, but the problem with a park-like preservation is it's locking in a status quo, and it's separating a little bit the people and the management that we might think actually is the better way to go. And when you kind of are stuck in your status quo bias and you're stuck to a baseline, you're more likely to perpetuate inequalities, because the status quo is based upon rules that the privileged made to protect their privilege. And so how do we look at it differently? How can we kind of try and get out of that pattern? Again, here, conservation easements are a great example. They largely protect suburban areas or lovely golf courses. They are not usually looked at as a way to protect already marginalized lands that we might want to improve. Like, think how much more powerful actually something like that might be. Let's look at the places where we think habitat is going to be. Let's look at the places that we think aren't that good. And instead, that's not the structure that we use. Shifting baselines. So shifting baselines is also just suggests that when we're making those baselines, we're not super good at it. So we're kind of stuck with these baselines, but sometimes we are not so good at figuring out what those numbers should be. And I'll tell you one easy example has been a lot of research that's been done in fisheries. And so in the fisheries science, one of the things that happens is as they're making management decisions, it ends up that we are very bad at assessing what we think should be the right number of fish in the fishery. That actually our memories are really shifting what we think is the correct load. So it'll be like, how many fish are here? How many different species? What are the practices? It ends up that over time, that today's people often kind of don't remember how abundant the fish were in the past. And so we have a lot of studies, particularly in fisheries, showing how over time, the fisheries biologists have kind of shifted what they think is the default of how many fish are going to be sustainable in this area. It can be overcome with education, and there's examples of where that we don't have that baseline problem, but it is pretty pervasive. The other one I have is actually a article that Robin wrote, which talks about shifting baselines in a regulatory sense, and that we also kind of sometimes don't remember what the past was like because perhaps we've been too successful at fighting a problem. And using the example of vaccines, she writes about how you can look at something like measles, just because that's the picture I chose, and be like, okay, maybe people start to be thinking that we don't have a measles problem because they've forgotten that we took all those vaccines to fight the measles problem. So we have all these things where kind of we have this bad, even when we're tied to an idea of a baseline, we might be not setting great ones because of all these different biases at work. And so it's a cautionary tale about using the idea of baselines if we're not going to be so good at it. We have several other examples in the chapter, but I'm sure you guys can easily think of more and come and share your stories with me. What else do I have? And then stickiness. Once we do choose a baseline, we are unlikely to revisit. Now, most of those laws I mentioned to you do not ever require a revisiting of the baseline. NEPA never requires you to go back and assess whether or not it was working correctly, or we chose the right baseline, or we were right in our predictions about what would happen. Conservation easements, once you make your initial baseline report, that stays there forever. So there's also just kind of this idea that we don't move from them. And I don't remember which of my wonderful co-authors used this phrase, mental tethering, but we are mentally tethered to the baselines we choose. And I'll use an example from climate change, because there's our theme there of the 2 degrees C, right? So the Paris Agreement suggests that we are supposed to all pledge to make sure the warming doesn't go above 2 degrees C. Even though, wink, wink, we know it should really be 1.5, but we're going to say 2 degrees. Why was 2 degrees chosen? Again, books and articles written about why we got to 2 degrees, and it's largely, a lot of politics going there. But once it was there, we all just go with it, right? We were like kind of stuck with that being the number we use. And not only just in mitigation, as Robin and others point out, we also use that number then in adaptation. It becomes like the number. Similar context, $1 billion is what we were going to put forward for climate work. Why 1 billion? Is it because we sat down and we figured out that's how much money it was going to take? No, just sounded good. Just sounded good. I mean, have we ever actually committed to the 1 billion? No. So who really matters what number we chose anyways? All right. The last concern is that it's really time consuming. So we're bad at it. We get it wrong. We get too wedded to it once it's there. And we spend a ton of time working on it. When I was an attorney, and I will not say which clients, we would spend, they loved it. They're like, can you spend a lot of time kind of slowing down this project and fighting over what we think should be the baseline of how many airplanes this airport's going to have and what the air traffic control is going to be, because it was just a way to slow a project. And sometimes it could be more meaningful. I recently was at a conference and talking to somebody who has a conservation project in Cambodia, and they were saying they got 5 years of funding to work on kind of conservation of wildlife in Cambodia. And the first 3 years went to just making the baseline. So most of their money and most of their time went to wrapped up into this process that we might think has a lot of flaws in it. Oh, so sorry, ran out of time. All right. So what's the path forward? I'll say this quickly, because this is really just a conversation that we're continually in, all of us, because I think we see these flaws and it's really a struggle to think about what to go next. And I'm sorry, Karen Bradshaw couldn't make it to join us today. She just had a baby, but she's really been helping us champion this idea that collaborative, cooperative governance that's more goal oriented, more thinking and envisioning the world. And this might fit very well into a planning paradigm, because it does associate a lot with kind of what we would do in the planning world of doing charrettes, doing local-based planning, where we come together and have more of a community-based visioning process of what we want things to look like, and then figuring out maybe more the path. Now, we could debate a lot about what we want things to look like, though, but we had a couple kind of things of thinking about kind of saving the stage, protecting resiliency, and trying to figure out how we make those things more than just buzzwords is kind of a long-term process for us all. All right. Thank you.
Okay, hello, everyone. Good to see you again. So I'm here now to talk about another chapter I'm contributing to this book, which is called Preemption, Opportunities and Obstacles for Climate Adaptation. I did not get the memo about all the Cs. I don't know what I would have come up with in this context, but here we go. I'm going to talk about preemption, as Sarah was mentioning earlier. Unfortunately, there's not as many pretty pictures related to preemption as there were for rivers. So, please bear with me with some of the creative efforts I made here. So what is preemption? So this is, sometimes it's referred to on a political dimension, and there's certainly that aspect to it, although it's not totally in that dimension. But, you might hear this as the red state and blue dot issue, where states might come in and override the local preferences of communities. I think we're in one of those blue squares over on the side here right now. Maybe you've experienced some of this preemption here in Iowa as well. But what do I mean when I talk about preemption? So preemption is just the idea that on certain issues, we may think that local control is good, but on others, the idea is if you're talking about state level preemption, that's a matter of statewide concern, and therefore state legislators should make what the policy is and make sure we have some kind of uniform policy across the state. There's a number of different ways that preemption can be implemented. It could be expressed. So the legislature says, like, we are preempting that policy. You must follow this other policy that we have set. You could have other types of preemption, like field preemption, where the issue is one that is so heavily regulated at the state that the state effectively occupies the entire field, therefore leaving no room for local variation. Or another aspect of this could be conflict preemption, which is the state sets certain standards, and then you can't come up with your own standards at the local level that might contradict that. Now, preemption by itself is not inherently good or bad. It's just going to depend on the particular policy and what you think is the best policy. But in practice, it has proven very troubling in the climate change context. And I'll give some examples from the climate mitigation context to think about what lessons we might learn for the climate adaptation context. One thing I will say, this is kind of putting it in explicitly political terms, and unfortunately, environmental laws tend to be politicized these days. But unfortunately, also, there's a lot of bipartisan efforts to preempt things that would be really useful from a climate change perspective. And that's an unfortunate bipartisan issue. And I'll talk about some examples later about how that played out in Colorado in relation to fracking and the way that the state government and the courts there were kind of bending over backwards to find preemption to block important issues related to protecting local concerns around fracking. Okay, so what types of things am I talking about? This is similar to a lot of the stuff you've heard from other panels. So this is actually an AI generated image. It looks a little weird, but I said, what would it look like if Miami was flooding? Sorry, Jesse, for that. Although, lots of places are experiencing this. I know the folks in Fort Lauderdale are really struggling right now. So my heart goes out to them for sure. But there's a natural incentive to want to kind of rebuild, stay in your home, protect things. At a certain point, that's going to become unsustainable. And would it be a way for preemption to come in and say, we're going to decide there are certain areas that you just can't save, and that we need to cut our losses now, focus our limited resources where they will have the biggest impact. Another example of this. So I was thinking of building new cities on the plains, maybe not as much in Iowa, which is pretty dense, but in places like Montana that right now, there aren't a lot of people in many parts of that, but maybe in the future, there could be big cities that are built. Or Sarah was talking about the example of Buffalo earlier as well, could be kind of rebirth of existing cities that have been suffering decline. The issue here again is going to be the things like exclusionary zoning and planning for that to make sure that these, climate refugees are able to resettle in these new places and that we build sustainable and resilient infrastructure in those places. So I'm going to spend most of my time talking about my experience in Colorado. I think I mentioned before I teach the environmental law clinic at the University of Denver. And we worked very closely on kind of the fracking wars that happened in Colorado and a number of other states back in the last decade. And unfortunately, what we saw was the state and the courts would really bend over backwards to find some kind of preemption and block any kind of effort to restrict fracking that was going on that case in our state. That was, a big issue at the time back then. And, the state legislature eventually had to step in and fix that. And I think it kind of gives a bit of a roadmap for how we might move on this going forward. I'll also contrast this with what happened in Pennsylvania. Not that Pennsylvania is like a model of how to handle this, but they have some differences in the laws that kind of, at least they got it a little bit better on the preemption front than we did in Colorado in this perspective. So a little bit of background. Kind of fracking became a big thing in the early 2000s. This is where oil and gas industry was really transformed, started to use these really big equipment, lots of huge rigs and drilling rigs, injecting high volumes of water, chemicals, and sand underground to break apart rock formations. And the really unfortunate thing of how this happened in Colorado was we had previously extracted a lot of oil and gas in some of the areas around Denver in earlier waves, and then people moved in and settled all over it. And then when the fracking boom came back, they realized, oh, we can go get additional resources from those same areas. Unfortunately, now there's all these people there. Well, we're just going to use our laws promoting oil and gas development to force oil and gas extraction at this really huge industrial scale into these neighborhoods. This is actually a picture of one of my former clients, Dawn Stein. You can just barely see her over in the corner. That's her home where she'd lived for many years. And behind it was just a big open field. This is outside of Greeley, Colorado. And they decided, their friendly neighborhood fracking company decided they wanted to engage in neighborhood drilling in that community. They built this huge access road right next to her that had these industrial trucks coming out in and out many times over the day. She was bothered by some of the impacts that were there at the fracking site. So they put up these huge walls around her. So she used to have a lovely view out over the Front Range of Colorado. And now she just has these giant walls put 10 feet away from her bedroom window. So that's one example of what we were talking about. We see this near schools as well. There was a project that we were involved in where this company called Extraction Oil and Gas wanted to put a giant well site. And one of the other developments that really happened was with horizontal and directional drilling, they were able to combine well sites onto one location, and they could put 20, 30, 40 wells in one site. But that means that the impacts of that would be much more concentrated. So they were looking at doing that at another site in Greeley. They had an initial proposal to put it near a school. They determined it was too close to that school. So what did they do? They moved it even closer to another school. What was the big difference? Well, the first school was primarily white students. The second school was primarily Latino students, and there wasn't as much opposition from the community. And so that was the type of thing that would happen there at the state level. In response to this, a number of communities started passing bans on fracking or moratoriums on fracking. In particular, the city of Longmont was one of the first to enact a ban on fracking. They had been demanding this of their city leaders for many years, and they were not going far enough. So ultimately, the citizens, through a ballot measure process, decided to amend their city charter in order to ban fracking. But then immediately, the state government sued, industry sued. My clinic was involved in representing the citizens there, but ultimately the court kind of bent over backwards to find preemption. Now, state law doesn't say anything about fracking, but the state court still said the state has an interest in fracking. It was entirely possible for companies to comply with both the state and local law. You could extract oil and gas, you just couldn't use fracking. But nevertheless, the court said that was an operational conflict preemption. And so really, I think it's, there is a political dynamic to this somewhat, but a lot of the way I have seen preemption play out is that it's really powerful interests get their way at the state court. And you had bipartisan efforts at these local levels to pass these fracking bans to protect their communities. And then you had bipartisan efforts from state officials and the judges to overturn their will. How did this play out a little bit differently in Pennsylvania? So you might not have expected that Pennsylvania would have a better response to fracking than Colorado, but they actually have an environmental rights amendment in their state constitution there. And so when the state legislature in Pennsylvania had tried to expressly preempt local governments from having any regulation on fracking, the court struck that down and said under the environmental rights amendment, all levels of government, including local governments, had an obligation to protect public health, safety, and the environment within the state of Colorado. Okay, so that's enough of the gloom and doom. What are some of the possible solutions? One is that state legislatures, if they want to, could get this right. Now, I'm not just waving my magic wand and trying to fix all of our political dysfunction, but if a state wanted to get this right, they could. They could, I do think preemption is important. You do need preemption of some policies that are not kind of working in a concerted effort towards climate adaptation. But generally, I would favor, a presumption against preemption. Sarah and a bunch of her colleagues have written a high-profile report called Home Rule in the 21st Century, really pushing for a presumption against preemption. And that is certainly something that I would align myself with. And I think if state legislatures wanted to get this right, they could do that, but still retain the need to, or the ability to preempt certain policies that would be really frustrating our climate adaptation goals. Courts could also fix this themselves. They could just stop kind of bending over backwards like I was describing to find preemption in these implausible ways, and instead, reflect that presumption against preemption themselves, or maybe even interpret the laws in a way of, we want to have a coordinated government response towards the problem of climate change so that we can make the necessary adaptations. And then ultimately, of course, the people can fix this. They can change who their legislators are. In many states, they can change who their judges are. And in Colorado, at least, and many Western states, they can change their state laws or change their state constitutions by exercising their popular voting rights. So I think that would be another way that we can get at this issue. So where does that leave us? I'll talk through a couple just examples of where this might play out again. We've had, frankly, a pretty silly debate in the last many months about natural gas infrastructure. There was a big blow up over whether the Biden administration was going to ban gas stoves, for example. In Colorado, one of the earlier presentations talked about Xcel Energy, our local utility there, really fighting to keep natural gas infrastructure in place. And we're certainly seeing that in spite of, shockingly high rates of increases in energy prices. We're really investing a lot in natural gas infrastructure as opposed to transitioning to the clean energy and electrification that Melissa was talking about before. So this would be one area where you would want to allow local governments to put those bans in place if they want, or to advance policies that will further electrification and not have state level preemption undermining that. Wildfires is another example. People love to live on the edge of communities up against wildlands in these high fire risk areas, and then they burn down. And then we really want to help out our neighbors, and we start throwing resources at them to rebuild in these continuously unsustainable areas. So I think this would be an area where you would want state level preemption to maybe preempt, block local governments from enacting these policies that encourage people to rebuild in these unsustainable areas. Last one, Sarah talked about this a lot, so I won't mention this too much, but we are going to have a lot of climate migration, a lot of climate refugees, and preemption can be really important to block those types of exclusionary zoning that would really prevent, growth and adding housing in the areas where it's going to be more sustainable, more practicable to live in the future. So that's all I've got. Thank you all.
Wow, good job. There's 5 minutes left. That's amazing. I hope you can all see just how special this group is, right? We really are in conversation with each other, and it's just fun to hear the references to other chapters and the workshopping we've done, all the different voices. It's just coming together naturally because that's the way we work. So I would love to take a question or two from the audience to pass on to the panels. I think the way this could work is, yes, you use your microphone, and I might repeat the question for purposes of the recording. So do we have a question for the panelists? Oh, please. Can you push the button? You have to hold it down, I think. Okay, and I'll repeat. Okay, so for purposes of the recording, the question is kind of how can you have it both ways, right? In terms of, we're really focusing, I think, on state preemption of local governments, right? Ensure that preemption works in the direction you're hoping it works.
Yeah, I will just respond briefly on that. I tried to come up with a solution, a like theoretical approach to preemption that would preempt what we want to preempt, leave local authority where we want it. I can't come up with that. Unfortunately, I think we just need legislatures and policymakers to make the right decisions. I know that's maybe a bit of a cop out, but we need them to preempt the bad policies and give local authority to enact the good policies. And I don't have a better answer than that for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say I agree. I don't think it's possible to come up with like a pure theoretical framework that like does exactly what you want preemption to do, because preemption is just a tool. But I guess what I would say is, I mean, so Kevin mentioned kind of this presumption against preemption, which I think can be a helpful tool, right? In terms of just like, let's not assume it's happening. But also the thing that really concerns me about preemption is these kind of just like regulatory black holes that are being created, right? Where the state says, you can't do this and we're not going to do it either, right? And so that's what I would hope we pay the most attention to. It's not that preemption, again, it can be good, it can be bad. It's going to depend on whose side you're on any given issue. But I think that's bad governance, right? To say that like, we're not going to do it, you can't do it, nobody can touch this issue. And so for instance, so I'm teaching in Illinois, and Illinois recently preempted local authority to ban wind and solar, right? And so like, I've been getting lots of inquiries like, how can you say it's bad in the fracking context to take away this local authority and that it's good in the wind and solar? And the answer is climate change is an existential threat and we need wind and solar, right? I mean, it's not like an intellectually pure exercise, but I will say that's the state setting baseline standards also. It's not saying like local governments, you're just out on your own. It's saying here's the floor. Here's like the way to permit these is not taking away all authority. It's just saying you can't impose like more stringent requirements in terms of the permitting. And so I think it can be easy to push back on people saying like, oh, you like preemption in some cases and not in others. And that's true for any given governance tool, right? But like, I think the thing to pay attention to is like, is there ability to push this issue forward? Are there standards that are able to be set? Are people able to exercise their kind of power in some way?
Does someone have a short question? Dean Washburn.
That one's one kind of proving, I guess, over time. But are there other examples of alternatives to baselines, I guess? Okay, so for purposes of the recording, alternatives to baselines. But this is picked up on that recording. Okay. Well, that's a great example. You know, there's also kind of ones that we can think of geographically, things like, you know, within the public trust doctrine, do you have a shifting baseline as the environmental move? So you could think of environmental baselines that might shift, but you could also think of using baselines, even like if you took something like the baseline reporting. Could we have baseline reporting that wasn't so fixed in stone, which would, so, you know, an easy example for me always is conservation easements. Could you have one that wasn't just like, what are today's conditions? And that's what we're reporting on, but could it have a better assessment of actually, what are the features of this? What do we think it's going to look like in 10, 20, 100 years? What are our goals for the property? So that's one of the things we really think about. I mean, I love best available technology. That's a great example, but like, could you think instead, like, what do we want to set as our goal? And then instead of it just being like the activity of the baseline creation, I think is what can be pernicious. Very well done. We are right on time. So let's just thank our panelists one more time. We have a 30-minute break. We'll reconvene at 2:15 for our final panel on equity issues and adapting to a warming world. Thanks to all of you.
So it's 2:15. Welcome to our third panel. This panel could run a little longer than 3:30 because we have 5, 6, well, yes, sort of 2 on one topic, but we have more panelists, right, for this panel. And our first panelist has to leave for the airport, and a couple others have a 3:30 online engagement. So don't think that something strange has happened if panelists suddenly get up and leave during the program. That shouldn't affect anything really until about 3:30. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the panelists. The focus of this panel, if you're just joining us, we're talking about adapting to a warming world, and in particular, a world of high level warming, 3 degrees or more, maybe 4 degrees Celsius. And the chapters in this part of the edited volume really share a theme of equity, right? And they'll be talking about how we can address equity and justice and thinking about the warming world. So I'm going to start actually with Shiling Su at the end down here. He is the Dallenberg Professor of Law at the Florida State University College of Law, where he served as Associate Dean for Environmental Programs from 2015 to 2019. Professor Su has taught in the areas of environmental and natural resources law, climate change law and economics, quantitative methods, and property. He is the author of books on carbon taxes, capitalism, and the environmental and ocean coastal resources law, as well as a number of other articles, essays, and book chapters. Next, to my immediate right, Robin Kundis-Craig is the Robert C. Packard Trustee Chair in Law at the USC Gould School of Law, where she teaches environmental law, water law, ocean and coastal law, toxic torts, civil procedure, and administrative law. I know that list could be even longer. She specializes in all things water, including climate change adaptation in the water sector, the food, water, energy nexus, water quality and water allocation law, marine protected areas and marine spatial planning, and the intersection of freshwater and ocean coastal law. She is the author, co-author, or editor of 13 books, as well as textbooks on environmental law, water law, and toxic torts. And she has written or co-written over 100 law or science journal articles and book chapters. Incredibly prolific author. Next, Clifford Villa, currently serving advising the U.S. EPA Office of Land and Emergency Management, helping to carry out priorities of the Biden administration, including environmental justice and climate change. We're really grateful that he's taken some time away from a very busy schedule to be with us today. At EPA, Cliff helps ensure that new federal funding for recycling and cleanup of contaminated sites reaches communities that have been historically underserved. He is also currently a visiting professor at Columbia Law School, where he's teaching a seminar this spring on environmental justice. Previously, he has served as a tenured faculty member at the University of New Mexico School of Law, where he teaches and writes in the areas of constitutional rights, environmental law, and environmental justice. Among other publications, he's the lead author of Environmental Justice, Law, Policy, and Regulation, and the author of continued scholarship in this area. And I think next in line, Cinnamon Carla, I'm sorry, I just realized I may not get that right. Carline, I did get it right. Okay, Cinnamon Carline is the Associate Dean for Faculty and Intellectual Life at the Robert J. Lynn Chair in Law at the Ohio State University College of Law. Her research focuses on questions of domestic and international environmental law, centering on climate change law and climate justice. Her scholarship includes 2 of the primary books in the field of climate change law, as well as a monograph on comparative climate change law and policy, a case book on international environmental law, a textbook on oceans and human health, and numerous other publications with a particular focus on questions of climate change and climate justice. Keith Hirokawa joined the faculty at Albany Law School in 2009 and currently serves as the Associate Dean of Research and Scholarship and Distinguished Professor of Law. He teaches courses involving environmental and natural resources law, land use planning, climate change, property law, racial justice, and jurisprudence. His scholarship explores convergences in ecology, ethics, economics, and law, with particular attention given to local environmental law, ecosystem services policy, watershed management, and racial justice. He is also one of the founding members and the current vice president of the Environmental Law Collaborative. I should have mentioned Robin is also a board member of the collaborative. And last but not least, Michelle Oko is an assistant professor at Lewis and Clark Law School teaching criminal law and criminal procedure. Her scholarship is at the intersection of criminal justice, environmental justice, and public health law. For her, scholarship is part of advocacy, and she remains committed to service. She currently serves as the section counselor for the environment section of the American Public Health Association and represents both the law section and environment section on the action board of the APHA. Prior to joining Lewis and Clark Law, she was a senior lecturing fellow for the Duke Environmental Law and Policy Clinic. So without further ado, I will turn it over to our first panelist.
Well, thanks, Shannon. Thanks to all of you in the Iowa community for coming out. This has really been a wonderful event, and I'm really grateful that you've been able to host us. I want to talk about climate change and this fear I think it instills in a lot of us, this almost a post-apocalyptic vision of what we think climate change looks like. I've actually, thanks to my participation in the Environmental Law Collaborative a few years ago, become acquainted with the work of the science fiction writer Kim Stanley Robinson, author of Ministry for the Future and several other good climate change books. What I like about his work is that he tries to figure out how things might go wrong with climate change. He's a great student of climate science and public policy and how things actually work. And I think he gives a credible account of how and where things might break down and also what might be resilient. In my own small way, I'm trying to do the same thing. I'm trying to figure out what is it that will be resilient and what will kind of what we could kind of strengthen in terms of weaknesses. In my mind, what I think is most delegitimizing for a government that might cause it to fail is if people can't get a hold of life necessities. Now, in my chapter, I use food, water, and electricity really just as placeholders. You could probably add a lot of things to that list. But what I think about are when people can't get the things they really need to live any sort of a meaningful life. Now, the lens I use for this, being a trained economist, I tend to think of it in these terms. That I use very basic economic principles. There's kind of a notion that people in the legal world aren't very comfortable with this. If that's true, let me try and walk you through this so that you can see why it's useful to think of it in these through this lens. So, this is a basic supply and demand curve. The higher prices get, the more people are willing to do things like frack or dig oil out of the oil sands in Alberta. Demand is the opposite. The more expensive things are, the more willing people are to try and find substitutes for it. In affluent countries, if you take life necessities, and again, food, water, and electricity is just placeholders, what we try to do is harden the supply of life necessities. So we have regulations and regulated utilities to supply food, supply water and electricity, and food we don't regulate, but we have ample agricultural subsidies to try and make sure food gets produced. So anyway, what that would do is to try and make that supply curve stand up to show that, whatever the price is, it's going to be there. Demand is different. So where we harden supply is at levels, pretty high levels, so that people don't have to worry about the supply of food, water, and electricity and other life necessities. So you don't think about it very much. So over here in this region, kind of in the lower right, where D crosses S, economists would call that an area of price elasticity. You're not willing to pay more for water because you don't really need it. You If you had to pay a lot more to fill your pool or keep your lawn green, you might not do that. The problem with climate change is that what we're looking at are potential shortages of things that might be longer than just short-term shortages. So what that would look like is our imperfect attempts to harden supply of food, water, and electricity might push that supply curve back. And now we're in a region of that demand curve that economists would call price inelastic, where you would be willing to pay to get a little bit of extra water. If the extra water you wanted was for filling your pool or keeping your lawn green, you might not pay it. If it's for cooking or drinking or taking a shower, you might pay it. So what we would see potentially in a climate change future is that if it interrupts supply of life necessities, we might see prices rise pretty dramatically. Now, this is not, I mean, we haven't really seen that in a sustained fashion in the United States, although it's probably invisible to us. Some communities really have experienced these hardships. Take, for example, the Colorado River. You know, we've been talking about that quite a bit this today. We are looking at severe cutbacks where people really have to figure out ways to do without water. The Central Valley of California, it seems hard to imagine now that they're looking at a whole summer of flooding, has been dealing with water shortages for years. And, you know, if you look at the communities in the Central Valley that have been doing without water, they tend to be Latino communities, small water districts that don't have the power of, say, the Los Angeles Water District. Anyway, you know, it's not hard to imagine that climate change could impose these shortages for a fairly extended period of time. Now, as you can imagine, there are some communities. Did my mic just go off? What? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It just sounds funny. All right. Anyway, you can imagine some communities are better able to withstand shortages and price rises more than others. This is data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and they gather information on how much money people make and how much they spend money on. This is from a consumer expenditure survey. And, you know, if you look at these numbers, you know, these are more or less life necessities. And you can see percentage-wise, except for food and alcoholic beverages, it doesn't look like a big deal. People don't spend a lot on natural gas, electricity, water, and even gasoline is a relatively small portion of the budget. If we look at it in terms of dollars, however, what we could see is not only a different picture, but the inequality in terms of how much people spend. So look at food and alcoholic beverages, for example. $4,588 is a significant, but not a huge part of a $28,000 expenditure budget. Now, by the way, what you notice, though, is all the way up until about the middle of this income distribution, people are actually spending more than they take in. The Bureau of Labor Statistics has this little footnote explaining that it's some students that take student loans out and expect to be able to kind of spend more in the future. It's retirees collecting Social Security benefits. There are a number of people out there that are getting by on other transfer payments programs like supplemental nutrition, SNAP benefits, supplemental nutrition assistance for, I forget what it stands for, kind of formerly food stamps. Anyway, you know, look at how much more affluent households spend than poor households. A multiple of 2 to 3.5 times as much. So, you know, look at this and just imagine if we were going to see some sort of a price spike for these things. Now, this is only kind of a back of the envelope calculation, right? I'm just kind of using these simple numbers and simple scenarios to make a point. But let's zoom in on food and alcohol. What would happen if prices doubled, right? And we saw all kinds of grocery prices go up pretty sharply because of supply chain issues. I think in part, that's what climate change threatens, is exacerbating supply chain issues so that the prices go up. And not only that, let's just kind of look at what that would look like. I mean, suppose prices for food and alcoholic beverages doubled. What would that look like? Well, I mean, look at the lowest quintile, a hypothetical $9,000 budget for food. That would be a lot bigger of a problem for the lowest income quintile than the largest income quintile. Now, of course, people are going to make adjustments. Even the poorest households will make adjustments, but that's going to be a lot tougher for poorer households to undertake than affluent ones. All right. Now, is this really going to happen? Are we going to see inequality in expenditures? You know, I think this is also just a science fiction story in the making. You're starting to see wealthy individuals or institutions like Harvard buying up water rights effectively by buying vineyards. This is a Wall Street Journal article of a couple of years ago. What Harvard University is doing is buying up vineyards in California. Growing grapes is okay. It's actually not a bad way to service your debt, but they're really interested in the water rights. They reckon that if they buy up these vineyards, they can secure water rights and battle with a lot fewer other people for these. So what they see, this is a very savvy investment fund, is the price of water potentially increasing in some sort of a water market economy. That's not exactly how water works, but you know, it's heuristically. Just to take again the example of the Central Valley of California, some communities just have to kind of pay an implicit price of getting water. Okay, now I want to also kind of repeat what I said before. Life necessities isn't just food, water, and electricity. This is a New York Times article from just a couple of months ago. The price of tampons is going up. There is this wonderful book called The Rise and Fall of Economic Growth by an economic historian named Robert Gordon at Northwestern University. And, you know, there are a handful of technological innovations of the early 20th century that made life a lot better. And this was one of them, right? This is an overlooked source of economic growth, but to enable women to enter the workforce and produce what was a huge economic boon. What's it going to look like? Well, you know, again, it's not as if we won't find substitutes or find ways around it, but it's still going to be a difficult transition. Okay, let's look at these other categories: natural gas, electricity. You know, again, those numbers don't look too threatening, but what if they did increase? What if they double? Now, you know, those numbers start to look like a bigger fraction of household income. Again, the richest households will, by and large, absorb that. Is that really going to happen? Well, you know, who was it that talked about? It was Melissa Powers who talked about the Texas Texas winter storm of 2021. Some Texans did without electricity for a couple of days and thereby lost access to food and water. What also happened, Texas is an anomaly, however, they rely on market forces to determine electricity supply, is that some electricity bills ran into the tens of thousands of dollars. Now, the Texas legislature went back and tried to repair that. Some people already wrote their checks for tens of thousands of dollars to pay for the high electricity bills that were mandated by the supply shortage of electricity. But, you know, just imagine, right? What if there was a deluge in the Permian Basin cutting off the supply of natural gas? And what if right after that, there was a cold snap, just like the winter storm of 2021? We don't know that's going to happen. We do know climate change is going to make that more likely. What happens if this happens again? Only worse. I don't think it's speculation. I don't think it's kind of far-fetched to think that it couldn't get a lot worse. Anyway, what do I propose? I propose something called a resources trust. Again, just a moniker. But what I think governments, both the federal government and all state governments, need to do is to be proactive and try and think of ways to be a supplemental supplier, be not exactly a supplier of last resort, but someone to be there and inject a little bit of extra food, water, electricity, whatever it is. Now, a resources trust might buy up water options to try and collect them up. Again, just to try and keep the markets flowing a little bit more smoothly. They might invest in battery storage. It's still not economical right now, but it might be economical as kind of an insurance policy. Same thing with food. There might be ways to grow food that we don't want to interfere with markets that are working right now. We want things to keep going the way they're going, subject to some reforms, but we want that supply to be there. We want some governmental entity to kind of be like an FDIC for life necessities. Okay. So anyway, supplemental means that a resources trust should not be normally interfering with markets and institutions. And importantly, I think this is something that should only spring into action if a climate emergency happens, if something like a winter storm on top of a deluge happens that knocks out electricity. Now, this is not as crazy as you might think it is. We do these sorts of things. We have sovereign wealth funds that save money for a rainy day. What I'm talking about is a sovereign wealth fund of sorts for life necessities. And then, I made a reference to the FDIC. What I really fear is that Harvard scenario run amok, that there are going to be lots of wealthy entities chasing ever fewer resources that might lead to the production of life necessities. If that happens because there's kind of a profit to be made, then I think the need for some sort of a kind of a state-run backdrop is going to be needed. Now, how am I on time? Am I out? I'm getting close. Okay. I just want to say one thing then very quickly. I have advocated for a carbon tax in the past, and I think, I know you think I'm sneaking this in, but I think that the message about inequality is not necessarily inconsonant with having a carbon tax. There are ways you can design a carbon tax so that if you could take the carbon tax proceeds and rebate it to all households lump sum, you could actually make the poorest households, as a matter of fact, the lowest 3 quintiles better off than they were before. And I guess my message is overall is inequality is something that we should worry about in terms of climate change. I think there are a number of instruments such as this that might end a resources stress that might help alleviate those. Anyway, thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I want to thank the Hubble Environmental Law Initiative for sponsoring this event, and thank Shannon for making it all come together. I'm one of the authors of 4 Degrees C that kind of Shannon mentioned at the beginning, kind of sparked a lot of these discussions. And I will say that means I'm not afraid of looking into the abyss. But I will also say, if you're going to look into the abyss on a regular basis, it's nice to be surrounded by friends while you're doing it. So these discussions are quite wonderful. Where I went after 4 Degrees C for my chapter for this project was looking at survival equity. It was a notion I tossed around a lot. I started thinking in terms of triage way back in 2009, but I just kind of thrown it in there as a thought, hadn't really developed it. So I'm thinking about survival equity under extreme climate change. And that has to start with the sobering realization that people are already dying from climate change. All right. It is already killing people. We can, and it's becoming more equalized. There's a definite inequality bias to climate change, but if you look at the heat waves of 2022, they were hitting the global north pretty hard, and that included both Europe and here in the United States. We were getting some massive heat waves leading to fires and people dying of heat exhaustion and other things. So among other things, while I will say 4 Degrees C is an existential threat, it's important to remember, we talked about the baseline of 2 Degrees C, that's no fun either. All right, that's an important part of all of this is it's already going to be bad at 2 Degrees C. So what am I thinking about in terms of survival equity? How do we even conceptualize an equitable approach to survival? And I don't have, it's a definition I'm still working through, but in basically what I mean by survival equity is that people have a relatively equal chance of surviving climate change, regardless of all the traditional things we worry about: race, gender, income, ethnicity, post-colonial status, all of that. That there are some geographical differences we're not going to get around. All right, that's the reality of climate change. Where you choose to live is going to matter. What you experience are going to affect what you experience, but that we can make it a little bit more equitable other ways. And so, like I said, I've been tossing around this idea of triage as a potentially more ethical response. And that actually is historically accurate. Triage means to sort. It comes from the French to sort. And it was an introduction on the battlefields during the Napoleonic Wars to improve the fairness of how people got treatment. The old way was, if you're rich, if you're a major, if you're a general, you get the treatment even if you could like get up and walk away. All right. If you were lowly soldier, we'll get to you when we get to you. So the idea of triage was we will use objective criteria decided on beforehand to figure out who gets the almost always scarce medical attention on the battlefield. And in particular, who gets the scarce transport off the battlefield to better medical attention somewhere else. So it was an equity generating measure, but it works best, and this is completely relevant to climate change, if you figure out the criteria before you're on the battlefield. Figuring it out while you're in the midst of a battle, not the best decision-making ever. This has since been translated into a lot of medical contexts. There's triage in emergency rooms. If you've ever walked into an emergency room with a small cut, you know lots of people get to go before you. It's also used in disasters. So if you're in a disaster area and only a few medical people can get in at a time, they go through a triage system. They're different triage systems. Some of them leave out the black category. Most of them are color-coded. Black means you're already dead, so you're at the lowest end of the priorities. Sorry, that's how it goes. But, you know, they have 3 to 5 other categories, kind of like I said, depends on where you are, what system you're in. But again, the criteria are decided ahead of time. And so the doctors on the field, the doctors who are there, the emergency responders who are there, know what the criteria are, know what they're looking for, can make snap judgments about, okay, you're in this category, you can hang on for a couple more minutes, you're not in the first wave. Okay, a Band-Aid, you're going to be fine. We need to get out of here right away into better medical facilities. That's the idea. And so clearly in climate disasters, this will continue to have a role. We've talked about forest fires. We've talked about hurricanes, possibly those heat waves. Heat waves tend to be a little easier because you're not destroying your medical facilities at the same time usually, but you know, possibly heat waves as well. So that part of triage is not going to change a whole lot and will continue to be important. Scaling up, part of what JB Rule and I imagined in 4C was we're going to get to the point where we had to triage places. We've already heard some about that from Sarah, that, you know, there are going to be places that are going to be practically uninhabitable. Either heat, lack of water are likely to be the first two. Potentially flooding too much too often it will probably come in third. But people are going to be moving, and it would behoove us to think in advance, what are the criteria for saying, okay, we're moving you out. Or if you stay, you're doing it without a whole lot of government support. Those are going to be different criteria for different places. But if you think about Phoenix, it's like, okay, you had 3 months of heat above 115. Maybe time to get out there. If the runways are melting, if the planes can't take off, maybe it's time to start thinking about moving people out of Phoenix. We posit that the insurance industry is a pretty good indicator of when maybe it's time to start thinking about leaving a place. If an insurance company can't make money off of your misfortune, time to leave. Okay, time to leave. So that's another good signal. But again, main point is think about it ahead of time, put those objective criteria in place, pair it with some incentives. This doesn't have to all be command, incentives to get people to better places, but we are going to be giving up on some places. And Sarah and I agree on that. Now that's easier. We focused on the United States. That's easier as a national governance decision. And we meant that in two respects. It's easier to have that bigger picture at a national level than at a local or state level, to see kind of the whole country in motion at once. It's also easier on an international stage to have it at a national level than an international level. We don't have great international governance about a whole lot of things. Moving people around is one area of that. So very, very much easier to do within national borders at kind of a country level, national level. All right. What we purposely skipped, a couple behind. There we go. All right. There we go. All right. What we purposely skipped is the triaging of people. Our vision was very much, you're moving people, you're not leaving them behind. All right. If they stubbornly want to stay behind, that's one thing, but you're facilitating people moving around. That's not always going to be possible. And eventually, this is where the abyss came in. This is when you start thinking about triaging people, leaving people behind, or saying, sorry, you're on your own. You're no longer going to get aid. You're no longer going to get governance support. We're leaving you, and we got nowhere to put you. All right. That's hard. That's a hard decision. It is a decision. And it is a decision I think we will be making unconsciously if we're not making it consciously. So that's where the lessons from a former lifeguard come in. And this is where I was thinking, this is where triage breaks down as a way to go forward. I was a lifeguard for much of my life, as a beach lifeguard. It's a pretty hairy risk. My instructor was very, very insistent on two rules. So first was better one than two. You can get into situations where that is your choice. One person dies or two people die. Okay. You'd like two people live, but that's not always an option. And that is a point where we could come to where the continued attempt to distribute resources equitably, equally, keep everybody alive is just going to mean more people die. And that's something to think about. The other half, in context, makes sense, but is where triage starts breaking down in the real world. Better him than you. In the lifeguard lingo, that means if the rescuer is the one that goes down, more death overall. So the rescuer stays alive. But in the world, that means we're looking at those national boundaries again, and eventually hometown prejudice is going to kick in. And I have not, for the life of me, been able to come out of this with any way around that eventually when push comes to shove, nationalism, tribalism will kick back in about those resources. So it's unlikely, highly unlikely, that the world will make equitable triage decisions across national boundaries. It's possible, I think, within national boundaries. It's going to take a lot of work. Not going to be easy, but it's possible within national boundaries. I don't think as a practical matter, it's possible across them. So where that led me to is maybe we come at this problem from a different direction. The human footprint on the planet is unsustainable. It's unsustainable without climate change. Climate change makes it triply unsustainable. And we hit 8 billion. How people know this, I don't know, but November 15th, 2022 is the date that is chosen for when the world hit 8 billion people. And that's a lot of people to be throwing into a climate change future that could be an extreme climate change future. One thing I tell my students a lot is there's not an environmental problem we have in the world that wouldn't be easier to deal with if the human population was what it was when I was born, which was 3.5 billion people. It tells you approximately how old I am. All right. But yeah, so, humans kind of have to think about population. I know it's not a popular topic, but it is relevant to climate change adaptation. So I'll leave you with, even in terms of adaptation to extreme climate change, we don't have to be the dinosaurs sitting around waiting for that fatal coin toss. Yep, you were in the wrong place, wrong time this time. Climate change got you. We can start making some different kinds of choices in the population realm. Like I said, I realize this is a touchy subject, but it's also a subject of voluntary choice. We can make voluntary choices to have fewer people who have to adapt to that extreme climate change. A lot of constitutional issues in there, a lot of rights issues in there. I acknowledge that from the get-go. But internationally, two things that have been shown to be very, very effective in reducing population rates are to educate girls and to empower women. And I think those are two things that most people can rally around. All right. It also means, by the way, that reproductive rights is a climate change issue. Is a climate change issue. Having a child is not a climate neutral event. Or we can experience that largely involuntary death, take the coin toss, figure out when we're going to be at the wrong place at the wrong time or exposed to Mike's disastrous chemicals for too long, and go some other way as we hit climate change. So that's my thoroughly enlightening view into the abyss. And thank you.
Onto the hard. Oh, good afternoon. I'm Cliff V. I'm so happy to be here. Really, I'm so happy that you're all here, and I'm just thrilled to be with some of my dearest friends. I began working on this project, well, a couple of years ago, and I accepted an invitation to this event many months ago. And since that time, my world, my position has shifted a little bit. I got a call from the White House that brought me out of academia to Washington, D.C., where I now work for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. My friend Kevin Lynch asked at the end of his presentation, so what do we do if we don't have someone to sue or other sort of things? Well, maybe you be a legislator or maybe you become a policymaker. I'm a policymaker and you can be too. But I'm not here speaking in an official capacity as a policymaker. Let me get that disclaimer straight out. I am still, for the moment, an academic. I have written a paper with a lot of wonderful input from so many great people. And I have learned from so many people in this room, and it is really the greatest honor to be associated with them and to share something here with you. This is a farm in the South Valley of Albuquerque. My family has lived here in this area, the Rio Grande Valley, for over 300 years. We've learned something about sustainability over time, about working with neighbors, about overcoming one thing after another. I'm no kind of expert in the world of food and fire, but in the interest of alliteration, I couldn't come up with the C's, so I gave you a few F's. We're talking about climate change. You're all aware of AR6. It just came out last month. More of what we thought we knew already with greater levels of confidence. But what I'm really struck with, and perhaps because I tend to think in the past too, is if we looked at the very first synthesis report from the IPCC, this is 1990, we knew a lot about climate change 30 years ago. One of the things that we knew about climate change is it would have the disproportionate effects that we're seeing today. We knew it would have disproportionate effects on communities in the montane and alpine and polar and island and coastal communities. And we certainly have seen that assessment come to pass. We saw it in 2005 in a very sort of visual way with the disproportionate impacts of Hurricane Katrina, which was not just about a hurricane, of course, but about the way that we responded to it, the flooding that happened after the hurricane, and the grossly disproportionate effect it had on, among other things, the Black community in the Gulf Coast and Louisiana. And of course, it's not just a US phenomenon. Of course, there is this disproportionate impact that we're seeing on those small island nations that we knew about that we expected in 1990. And that has certainly come to pass, including the effects of Typhoon Yolanda in the Philippines in 2013. We knew in 1990 that there would be losses from wildfire. Losses from wildfire will be increasingly extensive. And we know without a doubt that is true too. Year after year after year, these devastating wildfires on the West Coast in California. We used to talk about forest fires, but it's not that at all anymore in many cases. I took this picture with my back right up against I-5. This is the heart of Santa Rosa, California. There's a hospital in the background that survived. A mobile home, largely for seniors, was leveled. People died, largely over the age of 65, one young woman in a wheelchair, telling us again about the disproportionate impacts of climate change. Who loses? People with lack of mobility, lack of cognitive functioning in some cases, lack of ability to cope. At the start of the pandemic, I took my kids and went to the safest place I could find to get away from the virus. Also one of the most beautiful places I know. This is Fidalgo Island, Puget Sound of the state of Washington. We were in fact safe from the virus. I also thought, being on an island surrounded by temperate rainforest, that I'd be safe from wildfires. Well, I kind of was. I never actually had to face the flames of the fires that ravaged through the state of Washington, but for weeks we were shrouded in smoke, looking at the air quality index, wondering who was going to survive this and how we would get out of it. 2015, we had these fires that start in the Puget Sound area that had never happened before, and the same thing in 2016 and the same thing in 2017. It just happened. And this is what it looks like on a good day if you're the lucky ones who are not actually evacuating. The lights came on in town in the middle of the day. My friend Josh just told us about undesirable species. We had species of wildlife coming out in the middle of the day. Imagine the impacts on wildlife. Some people have dedicated their lives to protecting fighting for the spotted owl. This is not a spotted owl, by the way. Does anyone know what this is? It's a barred owl. Yes. And some people would consider the barred owl an undesirable species. Why? They displace, they eat, they threaten. Yes. Undesirable to whom? Well, undesirable to spotted owls. Yes. The point is that we think about climate change, one, largely in terms of human effects, which is important, but also just think about all the things that we've thought about in the context of environmental law, including Endangered Species Act, including protecting spotted owls. And here again, we see threats to all wildlife in many ways we hadn't thought about. And of course, we've had a lot of conversation already about potential threats to food and food supplies as a consequence of climate change. Again, 1990, but we've seen that certainly come to pass too. The IPCC in 2019 had a special report on impacts of climate change, including impacts on food security, telling us more of what we needed to know. People want to speculate that there might be climate winners and losers. Maybe we're going to have a longer growing season in the Northern Hemisphere. But the overall food supply becomes more and more unstable with these extreme weather events, high confidence. Now we're up to AR6, and we know pretty much for sure that there's going to be millions, hundreds of millions of people around the world facing acute food insecurity. We don't have to look all around the world, though. We've always known we have problems of food insecurity in this country as well, and we can measure that. And in fact, the USDA has measured it year after year after year. Overall, 10% of U.S. households are considered food insecure. Not necessarily that we're going to have starvation, but they may not know where they're going to get the next meal or how they're going to find groceries at the end of the month. 10% overall, and yet households with children, the number goes up to 13%. Hispanic households, 16%. Black households, 20%. Tribal communities, 25%. Disproportionate impacts already in terms of food security. And we also know that there are differences in vulnerability. Not everybody eats the same amount of fish, for example. Maybe you enjoy sushi or maybe you go out for salmon, but for some communities, including tribal communities in the Pacific Northwest, they are there because of the salmon. The salmon are an essential part of their life and their culture and their protein supply. This is one of the famous fishing sites along the Columbia River. This was known as Celilo Falls before the dams were built to flood and destroy this fishing spot. But today, many tribes, including tribes in the Pacific Northwest, would and do try to have higher intakes of fish. It is still a very central part of their lifestyle. And if they're consuming fish, they may be greater danger to toxins in those fish. Also, they may just be losing the fish. Salmon are a cold water species. They need cold water. We might be losing that as well. We had talk about some of these extreme heat events, including the extreme heat event, the so-called heat dome in the summer of 2021. Well, oysters in the Puget Sound are now at risk. We used to think of oysters in the waters of Puget Sound as essentially enjoying sort of a refrigeration in that cold water. The water is changing now. In July of 2021, we had an outbreak, the biggest outbreak of a virus, a bacteria known as Vibrio, and the biggest outbreak of food poisoning. That followed the month after the heat dome. June of 2021, it hit 116 degrees in Portland, Oregon. Do you remember this, Melissa? Anyone? It doesn't get 116 degrees in Portland, Oregon. They've never heard of air conditioning. But it's happened. It happened past tense. This is history now. Now we know it can be 116 degrees in Portland, Oregon, and chances are it will happen again. And when it does, well, there will be deaths. A lot of people will die of heat exhaustion. We're getting better about things like cooling centers and other things to keep people safe. But who dies? Well, people without air conditioning. But also, we might be endangering our food supply at the same time. Now we know that our food supply can be endangered by warmer water. We said there will be fire, and there has been fire, and it's not just on the West Coast and other places. This is why I teach environmental law. It was because of the mountains in northern New Mexico growing up, places like Mora County. And last year, New Mexico had the biggest fires in our recorded history. They started in the winter and they burned all the way into the summer. This is the Hermit's Peak fire. Where's Hermit's Peak? I took my students when I was teaching at the University of Mexico to see and to learn and to listen and to think what we might do as a clinical program. This is what you see for the victims of the fire. What did people lose? They lost their mobile home, they lost their car, and they lost their refrigerators and freezers. And what we learned is that FEMA doesn't really provide compensation for any of that. They won't compensate for the loss of a mobile home if it's not a primary residence. They won't compensate for loss of a car, and they will not compensate for loss of food, which is considered personal property. But for some people who live here, they really depend on that food, that freezer full of elk meat harvested in the fall to get through the winter. My friend Karen Bradshaw, who's not here today, actually helped me think through a lot of these concerns. I had no idea, even growing up in New Mexico, how much subsistence hunting there still is in this country. And if FEMA or other organizations provide any compensation for these losses, it's probably in the form of an EBT card that you could take to the Dollar General to buy frozen pizzas, substituting fresh meat for other less healthy and less nutritious alternatives. Now, I found that was a policy choice on the part of one agency. There's no law that says they cannot include other forms of compensation. Somebody made a choice, and somebody can make a different choice. And you could be the person making another choice at some point in your career. People are following the fires in New Mexico. There are a number of articles in the New York Times and observing how unique the culture was, and also the losses that were experienced. Here's a quote from one fire victim. "I left behind 25 goats, 50 rabbits, 10 chickens, and 2 dogs," said Mr. Martinez, 71. These are probably not pets. This is a lifestyle. A lot of people lost livestock and they lost the contents of their freezers. So, well, what do we do? Well, the IPCC is still trying to give us hope, and I do believe that there's reason for some of that. We can still secure a livable future through a lot of great ideas and bold action. This week is Food Prevention Week. Did you know that? I'm here to tell you it's Food Prevention Week. And there's really a lot of thinking about food prevention. It's usually not a problem of producing food. It's often more a problem of distributing that food and using all the food that we get. And we waste a lot of food in this country. And I'm learning more and more about that in my new role at EPA. In the United States, 30 to 40% of all food produced is never eaten. And food is the single most substantial component today in landfills and refrigerators, in landfills and incinerators. And that wasted food becomes a major source of greenhouse gases. And if you think you're really good at composting, most of the greenhouse gas that is associated with food production actually comes in before you ever get that food to your plate. It's the growing, it's the planting, it's the harvesting, it's the transportation, it's the refrigeration. It is all of that. There's a huge carbon footprint associated with the production of food. And whatever we grow, we need to stop wasting. And you can blame industry for 39%, but here we are, 24% for residential households. In fact, the average person in the US throws away 328 pounds of food to the landfill, where it produces more methane and other greenhouse gases. So what do we do about that? Well, my office now is producing a big grant program under the bipartisan infrastructure law to provide all states and many tribes with some sort of recycling infrastructure. Maybe we can actually take some of those food scraps and move them to anaerobic digesters or other sorts of things to start recognizing it as a material, as a valuable commodity, as opposed to waste. There's going to be big grant programs that are rolling out in a couple of months. Stay tuned for that, and there will be more grants every year. There's lots of information on EPA's website about what you can do to reduce food loss and waste, what your organization, what your university, what your faith community can do. But one of the things that I love most is thinking now about urban agriculture. We heard some about Detroit and other cities in the Midwest, many of which have lots of vacant land. This happens to be one in Atlanta where I visited last week. But here's Detroit. There's a lot of vacant lots in places like Detroit and Cleveland and other sort of places. Maybe be the perfect place for things like growing food. There's a big conference, by the way, a brownfields conference every year, but this year it happens to be held in Detroit. And people are going to be thinking about how to transform urban spaces through things like brownfields funding and including urban agriculture. More research on urban agriculture. I love this one, elder accessible gardening. Why not bring our elders involved in some of these activities too? Think about raised beds and other things that could make your mom and mine sort of able to participate in some of these activities. I've talked about food security. To be honest, I've heard that urban gardens is probably not the answer to a lot of food security issues, although, we love our fresh tomatoes. But food safety might be very important. Finally, you have something that is not going to be subject to pesticides if you're the one who's actually growing it. These could actually be great places for flood control. The waters will come. We need places for water to infiltrate back into the ground so they don't race through your neighborhood. Heat mitigation, we know about heat islands. Wouldn't it be great to have a little soft spaces that could absorb solar radiation? Public education, lots of public schools have programs around urban ag as well. And one thing that I really love, this idea of community cohesion. There's a lot of great studies now about how to keep people safe. It begins with us. It begins with our neighbors. And community gardens can be one of those places where we actually get to meet the neighbors and begin to talk with each other and begin to think about how we not only grow food, but keep each other safe. Here's the aftermath of the fires in northern Mexico. We know that nature has incredible ways of coming back. The question is whether we come back and what we aspire to. We've talked a little about some fiction. Here's a quote I got from reading fiction recently. There are seeds that need fire, seeds that need freezing, seeds that must be smashed open in order to germinate. This is from a book, The Overstory by Richard Powers. I hope some of you have read it or will someday. Kind of the idea that everything is sort of connected. Trees talk to each other and they're talking to us right now. They're telling us a story if we're willing to listen. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, panelists and everyone here. And I look forward to more listening and conversation. Thanks.
All right. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? I know you can because I can hear myself back. So thank you so much for the event, for all the work that's gone into it. And thank you to those of you who are still here and who are still listening and engaging. This is terrific. So we're going to do something a little bit different. One, we're not going to use slides. Two, we're going to sit, because really what we want to do is just kind of be in conversation with everybody here about climate change, power, and inequality. And we want to offer a framework that really ties into and is complementary to these conversations we've been having. And that framework is climate dominance. And it's a framework that we use for thinking about the intersection between climate change, power, inequality, and of course, law, which is why we're all here today. So before we dive in, where are we? Well, we've heard a lot about where we are in terms of the impacts of climate change. And just to kind of bring this right to the front and center, when the most recent IPCC, the AR6, as we've heard about, when it was when it was released rather, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres declared, "I've seen many reports, but nothing like the new climate report, an atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership." Now, this report, for any of you who've looked at it, warns us yet again of the kind of unequivocal human influence on the climate and all of the resulting events that we have seen and will see, that we've heard so much about and seen dramatic photos of today. And of course, what we're really focused on in this panel in particular is the profound impacts that that has on all of us. Put simply, we're living in a world, all of us are living in a world, move this back a little bit, defined by climate change. So climate change pervades every aspect of contemporary life. It's a really persistent current through our lives and increasingly throughout the law, whether we recognize it or not. By now, everyone, everywhere faces short and long-term threats to their ways of life and well-being as a result of climate change. But the impacts and changes we face vary, and in fact, they vary significantly. The only uniformity in how humans will experience climate change will be change. Beyond that, difference really will be the defining feature of climate change. Difference is our climate change reality. As noted by Jackson, Mississippi Mayor Chokwe Lumumba, extreme heat is not an equal opportunity threat. And we can extrapolate from that and say climate change is not an equal opportunity threat. There really will be no uniform experience of climate change, and it will affect us all differently across space, place, and time, and the risk will be unevenly distributed. And the effects of those risks will be differently experienced, even among members of the same community. So as Robin was talking about, even as we see inequalities shift a little bit between countries, within countries, those inequalities remain pervasive. So in a worst case climate world that we're abysmally considering, but realistically too, but in a worst case climate world, we, in the work that we're doing, Keith and I argue that adapting to climate change really means accounting for the ways in which differences manifest and matter, and the ways in which dominant paradigms really crowd out ideas and interests and perspectives. This means really exploring and dismantling dominant paradigms that effectively are currently silencing and undervaluing the histories and priorities of others who are historically underrepresented and non-dominant. It means undermining the justificatory claims that a dominant perspective is more accurate, more important, or more meaningful, especially in our decision-making context. And it really means recognizing the different perspectives, ones we've heard a lot about today regarding economics, justice, race, class, gender, sexuality, reproductive rights, right, are not less important simply because they're different, but rather might be, and more often than not, are consequential to the extent they're appropriate in context. So it really means surfacing and beginning to kind of interrogate these existing forms of dominance, which really often hide under the surface, in order to advance more equitable forms of climate adaptation before it's too late to do so. So ultimately, disrupting climate dominance really allows us, and particularly here, those of us who are in the room who are thinking about law and policy, it allows us to advance laws and policies that recognize and respond much more directly and explicitly to existing power structures and inequalities that climate change will multiply. Climate change already is multiplying, and that law and policy will actually further embed and exacerbate unless we call those things to the surface and respond to them. So in our contribution to the book, but then also in a larger body of work, we're advancing a critical climate dominance framework as a tool for exploring these existing hierarchies of power, and particularly in the context of climate adaptation. And much of this work draws inspiration from the work of Catherine McKinnon and other critical theorists. And we use this term dominance, we kind of employ the term dominance to examine how these hierarchies of power we're talking about, how they construct these social realities and these social perceptions, which in turn produce categorical distinctions and differences, which just sit there and define our experiences unless we actually see them and call them out. So again, difference is a climate change reality, and dominance is really pervasive. So the spaces we live and the places we call home are characterized by inequalities and precarities that emerge from these past and present systems of dominance that really combine to undermine resilience in the face of climate change today, and especially tomorrow. So efforts to identify the context in which dominance really influences advantage and disadvantage are critical to understanding how our climate adaptation policies will create or maintain those already inequitable circumstances. So in this context, a critical climate dominance analysis really, again, it's revealing inequities that pervade our system of law and economics, and allowing us to kind of acknowledge these privileges and unfair advantages that come from history and location, and current policies as well, as we've heard so much about today. And we can then begin to kind of undermine dominance by advancing equitable access to opportunity and advantage now as we move along. So really importantly, within the context of climate change, employing a critical climate dominance approach allows us to understand the role that law can play and that law must play in exposing and dismantling difference and dominance in order to facilitate more equitable systems of climate adaptation now. So bringing this kind of dominance framework to bear and working to decenter climate dominance now in this not yet quite worse climate world is imperative. And it really allows us to begin the process of surfacing and decentering difference before worsening climate change forces us into bad triage, not the kind of good triage Robin was talking about, but bad kind of short and immediate triage responses that will almost inevitably, if we don't think about it now, as Robin really discussed in great detail, and inevitably intensify existing power hierarchies and inequalities. So as we contemplate this kind of all too real possibility of a worst case climate world, whether that's 1.5, 2, or worse, a critical climate dominance lens allows us to see difference and expose both the peril, but also the promise it brings in the climate adaptation context. Because so much of that difference, which we think of as not powerful, not the dominant perspective, actually has so much to offer as we think about change. So in the work that we're doing, we kind of begin the process of thinking about dominance by bringing this climate dominance perspective to bear. And we in particular look at it in the context of climate migration. We think about climate havens, like we heard earlier, climate gentrification, and things like ecosystem management to explore how surfacing and decentering dominance now allows us to contemplate more effective and equitable adaptation planning, the work that Cliff's doing, right? Before we find ourselves in a climate kind of end game world. So today we're just going to talk about one example. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Keith.
Excuse me. So before I get to that example, though, I do want to tie in some things that we've been talking about between what Sarah was working on and Robin talking about, how do you know when to abandon a town or when a town is no longer serving people? We call this shutdown towns, trying to figure out when it is time that, when it is that the town can no longer serve its residents, when it's doing more harm than good and some such things. And in the same vein, thinking about sort of survival triage, how do you know what are those criteria when you make those decisions, classifying certain people as able to save and some such things? You can imagine if we can't get out of pre-existing historic frameworks where there are identified disadvantaged people, identified privileged people, that those criteria are going to favor power. right? If we can't figure out how to undermine that dominance and decenter those historic, powerful relationships to the decision-making process, we are going to just further embed the inequities. It's going to be repetition of the kinds of inequities we'd like to miss. And it's easy to see how easy it is to allow that to take place, right? Because some of these inequities are so embedded historically that we don't question them anymore. And that's what this work is really dealing with. What our contribution to this panel and to the book is really thinking about the ways that we can uncover and try to disrupt some of the dominant frameworks that happen in local governments and the communities that they serve. We've been thinking about different ways that we could try to disrupt these power dynamics, the ones that exacerbate inequities, in particular in the climate planning process. And this is a huge need. When you look through the ways that communities govern themselves, we often see a lot of ignorance as to what is happening on the ground, who the people are that are more vulnerable, why they're vulnerable, why those vulnerabilities will cause more harm. And another way of thinking about this is when you look at how local governments operate, oftentimes the best description is that they are designed to maintain the white space, that space where power and privilege are not questioned unless you're not a member of that class, in which case, as you enter, you have to wonder if you have allies, you have to wonder if you should be there at all. But since that's the space where economics happens, where power is generated, everyone has to try to enter that space. And you look at how local governments operate, it is a very good description of that. And in the climate context, reproducing those kinds of inequities, that kind of power dynamics, we think isn't the way that it should be done. So just briefly, one example of where we see some of this kind of disruption. Is this too loud? I'm hearing a lot of echo and backfeed. Is it okay? What's that? Oh, it's all right. Providence, Rhode Island has engaged in a really interesting kind of disruptive process where the focus of their equity planning in the climate planning context has been on producing community ownership of the future rather than this is beyond identifying who's relevant to the discussion. It's beyond figuring out who the stakeholders are. It's beyond public participation. This is the kind of engagement that produces community ownership of those decisions, right? Where people in the community can see themselves represented in the city. They can see themselves, whether it's monuments, names of streets, but also the kinds of priorities and expenditures that are made on how we're going to survive the next phase or the next event in climate change. Ownership is the key. And what Providence is doing, it's not unprecedented, but it sure is something that can serve as a model. Where it started was a handful of years ago in 2017, Providence published what they called a Just Providence framework. It was, I believe, 19 goals that were supposed to be about sustainability with a really good focus on finding where we've been doing wrong in the past and trying to equalize the playing field. They refined that framework into a climate justice plan a few years later. This was combined in the following year with a call for Truth, Reconciliation, and Reparations Committee to study some of the harms, ongoing harms, but also historical harms based on race, genders, and sexuality in the city. It produced an awful lot of information that had not been identified and recognized in the city before of the way its operations were causing harm. This was all filtered in through their climate justice framework on how it was they were going to prepare, including an aggressive plan for reparations in the city. And the key is really, from my perspective, the key is trying to make sure that folks in Providence, whether they're powerful or wealthy or not, whether they're employed or not, whether they're young or old, regardless of the situation, can see that they are represented in the decisions that are being made. And this idea of ownership of the city, ownership of city planning documents, ownership of city priorities, from their perspective, and I think it's fantastic, is certainly a way to get beyond dominance, right? And in fact, not even disrupt it, but just get past it. So it's no longer a factor in the decision-making process. One of the interesting things that we don't see a lot of, we're starting to see more of these days, but we haven't seen too much in the past, is in Providence's climate justice planning process, they have something that's called Future Stories. And Future Stories is access to a bunch of different scenarios on how Providence folks can see themselves in 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. It's projection, it's fictional, but they're designed so that people can see themselves in their situation with their priorities and their goals, their life situations, how they will survive, how they will thrive in the future. It is from Providence residents of all walks of life and allows people to engage in the kinds of decision-making that are going on, right? So the idea that we see in Providence is certainly not the only way to do it. This is a process-oriented kind of approach to disrupting dominance. But the idea is to figure out a way that some of these decisions on who wins are not preset, right? We don't want triage to always go after the people to save that are rich or that have a particular kind of situation, right? And so we can undermine that, we can disrupt that, we can not just infuse equity, but we can create a system of decision-making in a climate era that will be more equitable, that will serve more people, that will make survival not something that is of the fittest or the richest, but is something that is a human need, as we've been talking about today. So, thanks. We're going to split up here, and Dean Carlin, who's, by the way, wasn't mentioned, but she's the incoming dean at Albany Law School. We have to go attend another conference at the same time, so we do apologize for that.
All right. So good afternoon. While we transition into my slides, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm Michelle Oko, and I'm very honored to be here with the Environmental Law Collaborative. For me, as far as the challenge of dealing with a 4-degree world, that was very impactful to me. For one thing, I will go ahead and share a little bit about my personal experience. For me, I am Nigerian. Specifically, I'm Igbo, and my father survived the Nigerian Civil War. One thing that I experienced when he passed away in 2010 was the impact of him never wanting to really talk about Nigeria, never really wanting to talk about his experience there. Beyond that, as a child, he had experienced malnutrition. I am here before you, and I do not speak Igbo. I have very limited connections to my culture. I'm also Creole. Specifically, I'm from Southwest Louisiana. And in addition to having to deal with issues in regards to migration, historically in Louisiana, there was the practice of really focusing on assimilation in regards to those communities in the Acadiana region. At one point in that area, French was the dominant language. However, I stand before you and I do not speak any French. Save for a few curse words. And actually, afterwards, Louisiana then tried to invest to revitalize those aspects of the culture. Why? Because, hey, people spend money to connect with that unique aspect of Louisiana. But one of the challenges is that once the connection to culture and history is lost, good luck getting it back. So with that being said, I then turned my attention to this 4-degree world, which I found myself really being resistant to accept. I felt this sense of loss because these areas that we were talking about, these shut down communities, are areas that have a history and a culture that we are in a position of potentially losing. So which shifted me towards the aspect of which I was really resistant to, towards accepting that what happens if we do not have a choice but to experience loss. So with that, I'm going to turn to my work with the Environmental Law Collaborative, with the article America Erased. Specifically, we'll go over the introduction, the significance of place, very briefly, erasure, and then I will talk about preservation. So initially, when I put together this slide, it was much briefer. But one of the things that also stood out to me was the lack of community voices. So I then moved forward towards incorporating those. This language right here is from me. It is included in the essay America Erased. But one of the things that really is a focus as far as climate change and forced migration is the impacts that we'll see with people, culture, and history. So drought, flooding, extreme heat, climate change has many tools for destruction. But no matter the disaster, in a 4-degree Celsius world, parts of the United States will be left uninhabitable. Significant portions of the population will be forced to leave their homes due to climate disasters and will live their lives as internally displaced people. These people will bring with them diverse cultural identities. They will also have left places of significant cultural and historical relevance. The locations may be lost, but the people will endure. So when we look at the significance of places, one place I turned my attention to was the town of Princeville in North Carolina. Now, this is a place of great historical significance in the United States because specifically in regards to Princeville, it has a history of being the first incorporated township in the United States founded by freed Black people. Now, in some of my other research, I look at municipal underbounding, where there are communities who are missing that entire level of local government, which has impacts on their access to basic resources and impacts their public health. So knowing the significance of the role of actually having incorporation brought my attention to Princeville. And in the United States, and just in general, when we think of culture and history, we have a tendency to focus on place. So specifically, one of the main vehicles when we think about culture and history is the National Historic Preservation Act. And with the National Historic Preservation Act, that has a tendency to really be a vehicle that lacks inclusiveness as far as both gender and racial inclusivity. And recently, there's have been efforts to add more locations that are reflective of those diversity. However, what we are also seeing is that those places are especially vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. For those of you who read the IPCC report on vulnerability, as you understand it, both internationally and also this applies to the United States, when we look at the communities that have been historically discriminated against and low-income communities, those communities, in addition to the vulnerabilities they already have, are especially vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Well, the township of Princeville has an additional protection. So there's Executive Order number 13146. That one was signed by President Clinton, and it recognizes the historical significance of Princeville, North Carolina, as the first city founded in the United States by freed slaves. So just basic, Princeville, North Carolina, as I said, oldest town chartered. But this is the thing. It is also located in a flood-prone area near the Char River. It's only 124 miles from the Atlantic Ocean, causing it to experience the impacts not only of from flooding, as far as the impacts of hurricanes, but then also impacts as far as in relation to coastal erosion, and then also as far as seeing sea level rise as well. So it also faces those potential impacts. And not only actually potential is rather generous. They are already experiencing those impacts. In fact, that's part of how that executive order arose. It was following Hurricane Floyd in 1999, where the devastation to that community was significant. Princeville also faced devastation in relation to Hurricane Matthews in 2016, and honestly has not fully recovered. So during my work for this chapter, I sat down and I met with the mayor of Princeville. So throughout this presentation, I'm going to turn your attention to some of the quotes that I got from him during our interview. So one of the things that the mayor of Princeville, Robbie Jones, shared with me, to think about what our forefathers suffered and how they persevered, how they came to swampland with absolutely nothing but their God-given gifts and talents. And they created Freedom Hill. From Freedom Hill to Princeville to what we have today is an amazing story. What they did, we owe it to them today to make Princeville even better than what it is. That's his mission. Now, when we talk about climate change, we risk losing all that was described in that paragraph. And that also brings up another point in regards to vulnerability and climate change. So a lot of times we'll talk about where people chose to live. Part of our history in this country left many people with very limited choices on where to live, including those who settled in Princeville. Princeville is not flood prone by accident. That was the land that was left to these freed Black slaves as their choice of where to reside. Why? Because the white people in that area didn't want it. And that is true for so many of our vulnerable communities to climate change in this country. So I just wanted to give you a quick update on where Princeville was at the time of my interview. So I interviewed Mayor Jones on July 28th, 2022. And at that time, he informed me that that funds were just received to upgrade levees in relation to the hurricanes faced in 1999 and 2016. They were scheduled to hear from the engineers for their August meeting regarding the progress on planning. Yes, they were still dealing with planning way back from connected to the occurrences of 1999. In addition to what happened in 2016, they recently completed stormwater improvements. They were collaborating with NC State and NC Conservation Corps on flood prevention. They purchased an additional 53 acres of land and another 88 acres of land for relocation or partial retreat. The day prior to me meeting with Mayor Jones, they were recording a video interview with FEMA. This had been occurring since Hurricane Matthew. The previous night to me meeting with Mayor Jones, they had just approved a 20-year vision plan. And the day of my interview, the mayor had just learned that they were the recipient of a $12 million, and I should say block grant for infrastructure on 53 acres. So I share all this with you to let you know that this community, which is already being impacted by climate change, is working hard and collaborating hard to try to save their town. But very briefly, I wanted to share with you the idea of erasure. I think you all are well grounded in that regard based on the previous presentations. But I just wanted to also share language with from Mayor Jones talking about the significance of erasure and how it impacts generations. We have it on our interest sign, the first African-American town chartered in the United States of America. A lot of people don't like that, but that's the fact. That's why we weren't down in the history books. Racism. But the things we are doing now will get us, maybe not in the history book, but people will know about us. Why is that important? Because how do you know where you're going if you don't know where you came from? The town of Princeville was the beginning for all African Americans, the first town chartered. All those odds were against us. That's got to be strong, powerful people. I am so proud to be a part of it. I would not change who I am for anything in the world. I want our young people to feel the same way because I believe they don't feel that now. They don't know what our forefathers did for them. It is our job to reveal to them how special they are, where they've come from, and where they can go. So let's also look towards issues in relation to preservation. So I shared that previous quote with you so that you could see the significance of that history, of that culture. It is not just about, as you noticed from Mayor Jones, just isolated on his experience. As I shared with you, my personal experience of being disconnected from my history and my culture, it is a part of my identity as being lost that I cannot reclaim. So when we look at that, it's important not only to preserve that for those communities affected, but also those communities are part of the United States. It's part of our history. So let's look at some ideas for preservation. So this is also a quote from Mayor Jones. When leaving and living here, I had no idea what Princeville was. But now that I know, I wouldn't leave for anything in the world because this is rich history. It is up to us to get this rich history out to the world and let the world know the town of Princeville and how important it is. We need to support it. So let's think of some ways of getting it out there. Not only this community, but others that are going to be impacted and possibly erased due to climate change. So very briefly, some recommendations. I think it's important to invest not only in protecting places, but also in preserving history and the culture residing in people. We already heard the discussion of the importance of the anticipatory approach to adaptation, and then also in harnessing technology to preserve culture, history, and place. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on that last piece because I don't think we've really discussed that thus far. So, harnessing technology. So I mentioned earlier that that in Princeville, they are engaging with FEMA to record some of their history through interviews, right? And that's important. That's oral history, right? But we see around the world different ways of harnessing technology. And I'm just going to share with you one example of the harnessing of technology to be able to share one's culture and one's history, and then also build community. So one example of that is the metaverse. So the metaverse is this kind of broad idea that incorporates augmented and virtual reality, right? And I'm someone who's usually a little resistant about technology. So I did want to go ahead and look further and to see how these different communities were using it. So the first example that I looked at, we have Metaverse Seoul. And Seoul, South Korea is the first major city to set up a public metaverse platform. The Seoul Metropolitan Government metaverse platform for municipal services is what is geared towards. And then it was also launched in 2023, and they have a 5-year plan for expansion to all municipal services. Then we also have Barbados. They have the first metaverse embassy. So the government of Barbados' cabinet approved in August 12th of 2021 to explain diplomatic influence. You also have the United Arab Emirates, who's scheduled to launch their world's first metaverse hospital. The UAE Ministry of Economy announced a new metaverse headquarters, and there is a Dubai metaverse strategy to create 40,000 virtual jobs by 2030. They are the first regulator in the metaverse, and that's Dubai's Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority. And then as far as focusing specifically on climate change, you have Tuvalu, and they're expected to become the world's first digital nation. They are creating a digital copy of themselves in the metaverse to preserve history, culture, and place from climate change. So that is one of the things that I was thinking about as far as kind of harnessing the preservation of culture, history, and place, and then also building and maintaining those communities with technology. Now, there are several challenges in this area. For one thing, it's new technology. So whenever we talk about planning will have to be a significant piece about this. So one, legal recognition is an issue. So there's already debates about those entities and how to recognize their status in the international community, and that is not resolved. Then you also have regulation. We're talking about the metaverse here. So there are concerns in regards to safety. There are concerns as far as what laws would apply. So that's going to be challenges that we'd have to think about in this area. And then there's also expense. So it is expensive to be able to build this. It is an expense to be able to maintain it. But then also there's the issue of inclusivity, bias, and equity. Whenever we talk about technology, we have to remember that technology is a reflection of us. So that means that just because it's technology does not mean it's going to be devoid of those aspects as far as bias and inequality are concerned. So you have to think about that at the forefront as far as deployment. And then there's also risk. All of these entities that I just described are taking on risk. They're taking on risk that the idea of this new developing technology will not be up to speed. They're taking risks as far as financial investment. So those are all things to keep in mind. However, it's a new way of trying to connect with culture, history, and place when or if we are in a position where we have no choice but to lose those physical locations. So in closing, I did want to also stress the importance of what I would like, because we're on the C's, 4 C's in this area. With any sort of approach that we take to addressing climate change, and when we're dealing with communities, we have to think about how they're going to be impacted. We have to think about agency and how they are going to be involved in that process. So the 4 C's that I'm thinking about are community-centered, community-led, community as experts, because yes, communities do have their own expertise. And then also it needs to be a collaborative process. So this is, I'm just going to briefly read a closing statement from my essay to keep in mind and the questions to move forward as we deal with the possibility of a 4-degree world. Documents can be preserved. Oral histories can be recorded, but land, places that are slated to become uninhabitable in a 4-degree Celsius world cannot be saved from climate change. What will happen if America chooses to continue emphasizing place in its approach to protecting and preserving history and culture? If people lose both their geographic community and the proximity geography provides to one's social community, what culture and history will be lost? Will America take the anticipatory approach to preserving the culture and history existing within these communities? Or will America simply be erased?
Well, this concludes the panels for the day. We're out of time, but I'm sure the panelists would be happy to take questions as you leave the room. I hope you'll continue this really important discussion with everyone around you. And I just want to say a word of thanks again to the ELC and the panelists that participated today, to Charlotte and Fred Hubble for spending the day with us and supporting this event, to the Dean for sticking with us all day today. It's been great to have all of you here, so thank you.
Good for you coming tonight.